Всем добро пожаловать. Я все-таки решил пройти сломанный меч. Тень тамплиеров. Начнем.
Paris, city of love, romance and dreams. So they say. I used to say it too. But ever since that day, the day of the murder, I've always associated my beloved Paris with death.
Привет, Снейк. Будешь просто Снейком.
I was at home having a bath when my editor called.
Collard, get your ass over to the Palais Royal now. You got an interview. With Pierre Carchon. Yes, the Pierre Carchon. No photos, so leave your gear at home. He asked for you personally. Don't ask me why. Anyhow, this could be big, so if he makes a pass, don't forget. Just smile, say yes, and keep taking notes.
So charming and so very apt. Pierre Carchon was a media king, a national hero, and one of the most infamous adulterers in Europe. He and his wife Imelda were just one step down from royalty. Whoa, I hate mimes, but unless you humor them, they don't go away. Here I was, the palace of the Media King and the Ice Queen. I pressed the doorbell and set in motion a chain of events which would change my life forever.
Yes? What is it?
Madame, my name is Nico Collard. I'm here to see Monsieur Carchon.
Come up, we're on the first floor.
Madame Carchon, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, I'm sure.
The Ice Queen was certainly living up to her reputation.
Приятно, Фри. Я-то не хотел.
Will you be staying for the interview?
Mademoiselle, I know little of my husband's business affairs, and I care even less. I certainly have no intention of watching him pore over yet another pretty little journalist.
Pretty. You're too kind, madame.
Ah, the talented and very beautiful Mademoiselle Collard. Such a pleasure to meet you at last.
Monsieur Carchon, I am honored.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Call me Pierre, please. But I do not flatter you idly. I was a friend of your father. He was a great man.
My father, he never mentioned.
He and I were very close. And then his death. So tragic. I must... Imelda, your damned cat's in my study again. Another Ming vase, I suppose. Excuse me for one moment, my dear girl.
You journalists are getting younger each year.
Perhaps it's the rest of the world getting older, madame. That was no cat. My God, what? Monsieur Carchon!
He's dead. I must call the police. You'd better stay here.
There was a man. It was the mime. Do you think he...
Well, I believe we can rule out suicide, don't you?
No wonder they called her the Ice Queen. She would have been top of my list of suspects if I hadn't seen the attacker myself. And if I hadn't come across a couple of murders just like this already. One of the most important men in Europe murdered. And here was I, Nico Coulard, alone at the scene of the crime. Should I wait for the cops? Or start my own investigation? It was a no-brainer.
В мемории вроде не играл. Передвигайте курсор мыши по экрану в поисках интерактивных объектов, они обозначены анимированным голубым кольцом. Когда курсор окажется на объекте, с которым может взаимодействовать, он примет цвет значка доступного действия. Чтобы выполнить это действие, щелкните левой кнопкой мыши. Сумка, дневник. Подсказку можно попросить у игры. Ну, игра 96-го года, тогда, может, мимов во Франции было больше, чем сейчас. Ну и благодаря гриму сложно узнать человека. Этот эпизод вроде в расширенном издании добавили. Оригинал начинался с другой сцены. Новый ролик по Гарри Поттеру. По игре или еще какой-то фильм решили
A
снять?
bust of Pierre Cauchon, humble servant of La France.
Ну, кто знает, может, во Франции где-нибудь есть мимы и на улицах.
The bookcase was filled with obscure first editions.
Ну, туристов развлекают.
Pierre Cauchon again. His eyes seemed to follow me around the room. A small round piece of glass had been cut out of the pane. This was a professional job. I didn't want to cut myself and leave blood on the glass. Call me old-fashioned, but I like to keep my DNA to myself.
Открыть можно, нет? Можно.
The killer must have used a ladder to reach the window. He was long gone. Guess he folded that ladder up, popped it in his pocket and took it with him.
Если это игре, то она еще неизвестно, когда выйдет. Ее давно анонсировали, и до сих пор даже год неизвестен выхода. Ну, понятно, что мимы сейчас уже не так популярны и так далее. Но вполне вероятно, что где-нибудь они есть.
Mimes and guns don't usually go together, but I had an idea that this was no ordinary mime. I'd come across this murderer before, and written about him. The costume killer, at least that's what I'd called him.
А кино ты, наверное, об этих, как он? О зверях, или как они там называются? Я же забыл. О приквеле.
Some
Спин-оффе.
people hate searching corpses for clues. Me, I'm okay with it. Reminds me of an old boyfriend.
Бородатый Гарри Поттер.
In his pocket, I found a ticket stamped Bateau de la Conciergerie. Taking the ticket meant I tampered with the evidence. There was no going back now. Cauchon had been shot. It was one of my hair clips. My favorite, in fact. It must have fallen when I was knocked down.
Что у меня вообще есть в рюкзаке? Чтобы использовать предметы сумки на объекте окружения, щелкните по значку предмета, удержите кнопку мыши и перетащите предмет на объект и отпустите, когда он подсветится золотистым цветом.
It was a boat ticket stamped Bateau de la Conciergerie. When I was a little girl, Papa used to take me on the Bateau Mouche as a treat. It was one of my hair clips. My favorite, in fact.
Сейчас я точно не буду смотреть на бородатого Гарри
closed his
Поттера.
eyes. It was the least I could do for the poor fellow. It contained rows of titles I didn't recognize.
Так, ладно, я тут, наверное, все смотрел. Мимо уже точно убежал.
The police could turn up at any minute. Somewhere there were clues to the murder, and I needed to find them. A medieval pageant. Original, no doubt. The tapestry must have cost a fortune.
Сам же сказал, все равно фильм выйдет только в следующем году. У меня еще дофига времени, чтобы посмотреть
I
этот
reckon
ролик.
that cloth might just turn out to be useful.
Салфетку спер.
The cloth was embroidered with an unusual symbol. Even my fingernail wouldn't fit into such a small hole. Aha! Nico, you are just so damn good at this stuff. Instead of comforting Imelda, I was ransacking her flat. Why? Because there was something going on here, and I had to get answers before the cops arrived. And hey, she'd been rude to me, so she had it coming.
Да, она сама виновата.
A key. Maybe a safe key.
Ключ от сейфа.
A magnificent antique table.
Чё сразу убегаешь?
The door was locked.
Где-то тут, скорее всего, есть сейф. Может, за книгами.
Z80 by Rodney Zacks. Ah, the romance, the drama, the great classic novels had a lot to learn.
В этой части ведь будет эпизод с козлом. Или во второй все-таки. Помню, когда первый раз проходил, то достаточно долго провозился с козлом. Пока случайно не сделал то, что там нужно сделать. В этой. Надеюсь, в этот раз я быстро разберусь, что там нужно будет сделать с ним.
Imelda had talent, but I certainly wasn't going to tell her that. It was a tube of acrylic paint. French ultramarine. Just the color I was after for my bathroom.
I'm sorry, I have to go. Someone is...
Young lady, what are you doing? Oh, this paint. It's my favorite color.
For God's sake, keep the damn stuff.
Excuse me, madame.
Yes?
The last thing she needed to talk about was paint. I am so sorry for your loss, madame.
No, you're not. You're a journalist. Journalists don't feel sorry.
Not true.
We shall see.
How did your husband know my father?
I have no idea.
You didn't know him? Thierry Collard.
Pierre knew a lot of people I didn't know, most of them women.
Why did your husband send for me? What did he want to discuss?
I have no idea. His business was his business.
He never told you
Хоть что-нибудь она знает.
No, and frankly, I preferred it that way.
Why would a mime want to kill your husband?
Pierre had plenty of enemies. Half the husbands in Paris for a start. This is quite a scoop for you. I suppose you're already inventing the headlines.
Just because I am a journalist.
Don't patronize me. You're all cut from the same cloth. Do you have any moral sense at all?
Yes, that's why I do this job.
You do it to see your name in print.
As if my editor gets the byline, I just do the work.
Well, don't expect my sympathy.
The police will be here soon, madame. Is there anybody you would like me to contact? Family, friends?
No, I have no family. Pierre and I were... He was all I had, really. Not much, was it? The dutiful wife. That was my role. He never talked, never let me in.
I know one thing, madame.
What?
If you want to find out who killed your husband, then you let me do the job, not the police.
Why? How do I know I can trust you?
Ты только сейчас заметил, что текст на русском. Эмфри, не ругайся. Мстители я, кстати, так и не смотрел.
Your husband invited me here today because he needed me. I think he knew somebody wanted to kill him, and he knew I could help.
I doubt it was your database he was after.
You're wrong. I was onto his killers already, I am sure of it. Please, you owe it to him.
I don't know.
All I need is a few more minutes to look around before the police come.
You really do have a moral sense, don't you? I trust so few people. And perhaps Pierre really did think that you could help. Of course it wouldn't have stopped him seducing you too. Here, take this. It's the key to the drawing room next to the library at the end of the hall. It was Pierre's room. I rarely went in there. I couldn't. I was too scared of what I might find.
Thank you. I promise you won't regret this.
Из-за фаервола еще игра свернулась. Может, я могу позвонить кому-нибудь?
There was no one I needed to phone. Not until I had solved this case. Madame Cachon,
Please call me Imelda. We hardly need the formalities now, do we?
I needed to open the drawing room door before giving Imelda back. Imelda might not have been so cool with me poking around if I'd shown her the key I'd found.
Thank you. You have your own reason for taking the cloth. Please keep it.
So, her husband took secret boat trips. Did she really need to see the ticket? Did Monsieur Cachon say nothing to you about my father?
No, I'm sorry.
I was sure that there was more to find.
Пойдемте в гостиную. Она тут, наверное, справа.
Now we were getting somewhere. The painting
Сейф, наверное,
showed
за
the
картиной.
Cachons together, in love. As the poet said, the past is a different country. Or did I read that in a fortune cookie? There was the very faintest of clicks. I didn't need the lights on. It was light enough already. This wasn't the time for me to lie on this sofa doing my Marie Antoinette impression.
Шикарная гостиная.
Though it is very popular at parties, especially with gay guys. Don't ask me why. As expected, the desk was yet another priceless antique. Yawn. The blotter and in tray had clearly been placed with mathematical precision. I didn't need a sheet of blotting paper. Not while it was blank.
Тут нужно что-то
I
сделать.
didn't want to take the tray, but I knew that I could use it.
Ужасный цвет.
I'd spread blue paint over the bottom of the tray. It was ruined. I was a very bad girl, but also quite a clever one. My heart skipped a beat. It was a carved elephant. But not just any carved elephant. It had been made by my father. I knew for certain because in my apartment I had its exact twin, carved into a box he had made. So Cachon had known my father. They really must have been friends. I decided to take the carved elephant. It clearly meant nothing to Imelda.
Так, теперь я еще и слоненка спер.
No. No. I didn't want to take the tray, but I knew that I could use. In a way,
Так, что еще тогда сделать? Может, слоненка надо испачкать?
No. It was the beautiful elephant my father had carved. It was one of my hair
Ладно, пойду попробую сейф открыть. Тут ведь что-то щелкнуло.
Behind the picture was a safe. It was the wrong kind of key.
Хм.
The
Не тот
safe was
ключ.
locked. I needed the key. In the safe was some kind of artifact. There were strange symbols on its surface. It looked like the printer's blocks I'd made at art school. If there was one thing I'd learned about symbols, they are always important. But these symbols scratched into stone were impossible to read. I needed to find a way of printing them. At least the stone was round. But what could I use for ink? And what could I print on? Sure, I was stealing, but I knew Imelda didn't know about the artifact, and Carchon was past caring.
Тут уже чудно, что делать. Пока что загадки простенькие.
I rolled the artifact in the paint until it was completely coated. Genius! The roller and the paint worked just as I planned, but what did it say? It was some kind of coded message. It read, "Sub judice." I may not have learned a lot as a journalist, but that was a term I knew well. It means a legal case that is before the courts. Below it was a sequence of letters that made no sense.
Может,
I
это номер
suddenly
дела?
realized there was a connection between the boat ticket and the coded message. The boat ticket was stamped Bateau de la Conciergerie. The conciergerie on the Ile de la Cité by the river housed the ancient law courts. So, sub judice could in this case mean literally under the law courts, below the conciergerie. I was pretty sure I'd found all I could here. And besides, all this opulence was making me pine for my regular life of poverty. This was a huge story. It was also one heck of a puzzle with a lot of pieces missing. But I was going to crack it. And if I could just remember the name of that fancy prize you get for being an ace journalist, I was definitely going to win it this time.
Какой же здесь мелкий шрифт. Кстати, помимо русификатора я еще шрифт установил побольше, чтобы тексты было проще читать.
Did you find anything?
This carving, do you know anything about it?
It was Pierre's. What does the statue have to do with...
Please, I need to know.
He was given it by a friend, something to do with Africa.
He never explained any more.
No, but I think it was important to him, always on display. Why?
It was carved by my father.
Oh, I see. I didn't know.
Imelda, I will do everything I can to find the killer.
Thank you, my dear.
And if the police ask,
Don't worry. You were never here.
sub judice was the key. I was going to have to find a way under the conciergerie. I decided to head straight for the quayside on the Ile de la Cité. If there was a way of getting under the conciergerie, it would have to be from there.
Подозрительно, что она так легко согласилась прикрыть Николь.
Carchon wasn't the type for messing about on the river. He was up to something down here. Something that got him killed. An old boyfriend of mine owned a barge once. Dampest relationship I ever had. In every way. The fence wouldn't move.
Может, это откроется.
This fence wouldn't move either.
Такой символ был на
The cross
салфетке.
looked familiar. I'd seen it before. It was embroidered on the lace cloth I'd picked up at Carchon's apartment. I knew I was on the right track. I tried pushing the fence, but it wouldn't move. A strange pair of locks stopped the latches from releasing the gate.
Первые ломки. Передвигайте прямоугольные блоки так, чтобы выдвинуть щеколду и открыть ворота. Блоки перемещаются вдоль своей длины. Некоторые вертикально, другие горизонтально. Ну-ка, может, с другой стороны такая же головоломка. Попробую сначала ее решить. Плохо, что в бок нельзя сдвинуть. И опять я застрял. Что дальше тут делать? Ну, чтобы продвинуть щеколду. Вроде элементарная головоломка. Просто движение фигур. Но как-то маловато доступных вариантов. Для передвижения. Может, тут еще что-нибудь есть? Отвлекусь пока. Ну, скорее всего, мне нужно в канализацию попасть.
I wasn't leaving.
Да. Думаю, больше тут ничего нет.
Rolling out the painted cylinder had given me a print of it read, Subjudice.
Последовательность еще где-нибудь пригодится. Это мне нифига не дает. Так можно еще. С этой стороны
One
справился.
down, one to go.
Теперь то же самое нужно сделать здесь. Как мне эту штуку задвинуть влево, чтобы открыть проход? Привет, Джозеф. Почти наугад. Передвигаю, смотрю. Возможно, вариант. Тут проблема в этой части. Нужно понять, как этот блок выдвинуть влево. Ну, чтобы здесь можно было пустить вниз. Чтобы его поднять, эту часть нужно сюда до упора провести. Для этого, соответственно, эту нужно вниз опустить. Но тогда тут блок мешает. Его надо как-то вверх убрать. А если я так сделаю, то мне тут не сдвинуть дальше. Теперь вот этот блок бы сюда сдвинуть на одно деление влево. Ну, чтобы это туда убрать. Вправо. Скорее всего, вначале где-то ошибку делал. В первых движениях. Я просто заметил правильный вариант тут, но забыл, что я именно хотел сделать. Мне сначала нужно было откатиться назад. Вернуть некоторые части на свои места. Наверное, показалось, что я увидел решение.
Nothing like a good convent education for honing your lockpicking skills.
Хочу тыкать, а не думать. В такую жару, как сейчас.
For a room full of junk, that was one very sophisticated lock system. This place was definitely fishy, in more ways than one. Oops.
Там что-то есть?
An old shell case. I wondered what that was doing there.
Где гильза?
The brass case was smooth and perfectly round. I really didn't want to pull the fence back up and risk trapping myself in this place. Moving the skiff would only damage it more. I'd wrecked the skiff. Not that it was particular. It was almost as if the fence was in. The words sinister and Dexter were carved on either side. Now any good convent girl like me knows the old Roman for left, right, left, right. But what did it mean here? The hole was too small even for my little...
Гильза, может, подойдет. Нет.
I couldn't... Mystery solved. Carchon's stone cylinder slotted into the hole with a satisfying click.
Отверстие оказалось больше, чем я думал. Так,
Rolling
комбинацию
out the
нужно
painted
ввести.
cylinder, it read, Subjudice. Below it was a sequence of letters, S, D, S, S, D, S, S. Rolling out the paint, it read, Subjudice. Below it was a sequence of letters. A satisfying click told me I turned it to the right position. It felt like tumblers in a safe.
Николь еще и взломщица сейфов.
Another step closer. I love the sound of
Отлично,
locks.
комбинация подошла.
Oh my god! The slab came down with a hell of a force. With nothing to hold it up, the cross dropped back down again.
Нужно что-то подставить, чтобы крест не опускался.
The panel wouldn't move. Ut lex vel ut next sumito. To the law or unto death submit. I guess these people didn't believe in liberté, égalité, or fraternity. Yes, I'll admit it. I was a swot at school. I also wore lipstick and the nuns never knew.
Может, фигурка стола тут подойдет.
Lifting the cross closed the entrance.
Что это за знак тут появлялся? Может, мне вообще скомбинировать нужно
no.
что-нибудь?
No. No. The stone cross
Гиза
was
подошла.
propped up. Now I was getting somewhere. I touched the slot. Nothing bad happened, which was good. I've always been attached to my fingers. This slot was designed for something specific. But what? I touched which was this slot.
Еще что-то нужно вставить. Отмычка не сработала.
A round slot precisely.
Тут у меня пока идей нет, что нужно сделать с этим отверстием. Может, еще что-нибудь здесь можно найти? Ну или сюда нужно поставить не гильзу, а что-то другое. Да, гильза здесь нужна.
The cross was firmly propped up.
Вроде больше ничего-то не посвечивается. Помимо отверстия, креста и двери.
No way would I be able to force the door open. A door made out of stone. They normally are.
Может, дверь что-нибудь надо раздавить?
I removed the shell.
Гильзу можем положить. Ну что, я потом подставлю под крест.
The stone slab had flattened one end of the shell case. The shell case had been flattened at one end, forming a serrated edge. The shell case had been flat. No. 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 No.
Может, и ключ можно расплющить. Ну ладно, может, тут подойдет ключ от сейфа. А гильзу смогу тут использовать.
This wouldn't hold the close-up. But I was on the right track. I needed to use something sturdier.
Не сработал. Этот ключ, думаю, не подойдет.
I needed to use something sturdier.
Гильза подошла даже после того, как я ее расплющу.
I touched the slot. Nothing, which was good. I've always been. This slot was just. I removed the.
Понятно, цилиндр надо было забрать.
I removed the.
Я не понимаю, нафига я расплющил гильзу.
No. The artifact slotted into the hole perfectly. Behind the old walls, I could hear some kind of mechanism groaning into life, but whatever had been triggered had now jammed.
Я вот не слышал грохот.
The gap was too thin for me to get a grip. I needed something thin enough to prise the door open. I removed the...
Дверь не открылась. Из-за того, что цилиндр встал.
Another good use for a shell case. Another secret room. Somebody had something to hide. But was it what I was looking for? Wow. Through the darkness, I could see that this was a stateroom. But for what purpose? And how did it tie in with Carchon?
куда пошла?
Amazing. The thing still worked. The room lit up bright as day. It was an old circuit breaker, like something from a Frankenstein movie. I wasn't going to find anything in this old desk. It hadn't been used for years.
А вдруг там все-таки есть что-нибудь ценное?
Inside the drawer, I found a note, written in some kind of code.
Еще код. Записка закодирована с помощью подстановочного шифра. Каждому символу соответствует отдельная буква алфавита. Для расшифровки нужно сопоставить символы с соответствующими им буквами, выделить из символа, затем букву. Вы можете отменить последнее действие, щелкнув по значку со стрелкой назад, или сбросить все действия, щелкните по значку с двумя стрелками. Наверное, какую-нибудь подсказку надо еще найти.
It was pretty clear from the lack of dust that someone had been working very recently at this desk.
Фотография Николь.
The sheet was a printout with my personal information. Everything from my favorite food to my waist size. They were right about chocolate. But come on, guys, I'm a size 10. There was even a picture of me, taken with a telephoto lens. Carchon wouldn't have taken these pictures himself. This was big and organized. I was part of it, and people were getting murdered. The dregs at the bottom of the mug hadn't dried out or gone moldy. It wasn't more than a day old.
Тут кто-то был недавно.
This was the article I'd written about the costume killer. My suspicions were right. Carchon had cut it out. 2 businessmen had been killed. One in Italy, one in Japan. In each case, the killer had worn a costume, a penguin, and then a snowman. But that wasn't the only link between the 2 murders. Both the victims had been big media do-gooders, and I proved they were just the opposite. So, how did they fit in with Carchon? My articles...
Только одну статью можно смотреть. Упс.
Damn, don't you just hate it when that happens? A photo, long lost, had fallen down the back of the drawer. It was very old, but there was no mistaking the guy in the foreground. Carchon. Behind him were soldiers, a burning village, and a corpse. The photograph was cropped on the right-hand side. Somebody else in the picture obviously didn't want to be in it anymore. I wasn't surprised. This was Africa in the 60s. An uprising was being brutally suppressed. And here was Mr. Media himself, Carchon, doing the suppressing. The photograph was not just powerful evidence. It was also my ticket to one explosive story.
Может, на второй половине отец Николь должен быть.
The photograph showed Carchon with a background of burning huts and death. The draw had come out easily. The flags had faded, but their message was still pretty clear. Fascist regalia, a message of hate. The flags had faded.
Ну, ладно, не будет плевать на флаги. Есть ли тут еще что-нибудь?
A door like that always has something important behind it. I had to find a way to unlock it. That wasn't going to help. A slot next to the safe door. It was like being back in kindergarten. All I needed...
Мне даже вставить-то нечего.
Lady Justice stared out from a stone door, which was locked and reinforced with steel bands. The desks were covered with...
Похоже, надо разгадать шифр. Но от чего здесь вообще отталкиваться? Я даже пары букв не знаю. Может, где-то были такие символы? Что, серьезно?
Rolling out the painted cylinder had given me a print of a secret message. It read, "Subdued is..."
В смысле, перевод написан? Ну, то, что сверху выделяются сразу символы, это я знаю. Но какой текст тут должен быть? Даже примерно. Я без понятия. Эмфри, ты достал уже с такими, ты совсем и так далее.
My articles about the costume killer. The congealed coffee wasn't appealing. One thing was clear.
Я, по идее, уже проходил, но точно не помню, как именно этот шифр решается. Нужна ли какая-то подсказка еще на самом деле? Или просто методом подбора? Нужно расшифровать сообщение. Ну и текст, естественно, сверху переведен. Здесь вроде адаптировано. Загадка. Насколько я помню. Да откуда мне знать, какое здесь слово должно быть первым, например?
Turning the lights.
Попробую в темноте тут смотреться. В темноте ничего нет.
It was an... That was... Lady Justice stared out. A slot next to the safe door. a door like that.
Навряд ли там текст какой-то из этих газет.
My articles about the...
Плюс тут французский.
One thing was clear. My article... No. No. The photograph showed with a back... The cloth was embroidered. It was one of my hair clips.
Остается только этот текст.
The drawer had... There was nothing else.
Может, со статьей поставить?
The drawer... No. No. One thing was clear. The congealed...
Уходить оттуда мне, наверное, не надо.
No. Rolling out the painted cylinder, it read, Subjudice. Below...
Были бы известны хотя бы пару букв. Тут красиво негласны, раз так часто встречается. Может, я все-таки что-нибудь пропустил. На улице вроде никаких текстов не было. Может, цилиндр можно как-то пронести. В ту комнату все-таки. И в тот паз вставить. эта дверь сразу закрывается. Если забрать цилиндр отсюда. Сломанный меч, да, проходил давно-давно. Естественно, как разгадывать такие шифры, я уже тут не помню. Я в большей степени помню моменты из оригинальной версии игры, не расширенной. В оригинале этого эпизода вообще не было.
The photograph with a rolling out the painted cylinder had given me a print of a secret
Вроде
message.
нигде таких
It read,
символов нет, как в шифре.
"The cloth was It was the beautiful, a safe. It was one of my. It was a boat ticket stamped battered. The drawer had.
Я уже почти готов воспользоваться подсказкой игры. В дневнике вроде ничего полезного нет. Не, раньше подсказками не пользовался. Тогда я спокойно играл без стрима. Никуда не спеша. Я без понятия, какую подсказку мне дадут. Мне, может, там скажут просто решай шифры и все. И в этом будет подсказка. Сиди, мол, подбирай буквы. Пока не выйдет связанный текст. Если бы я вот так вот сидел, жал, то было похоже, что я спешу, да? Сейчас так точно разгадаю. Спешим. Тут почти весь алфавит нужно поставить. Может, если все символы поставлю, то Николь что-нибудь скажет. Как-нибудь подскажет. Гениальный текст. Ты имеешь в виду, что либо я сам воспользуюсь подсказкой, или ты подскажешь? Наугад расставленные комбинации нифига не помогают. Допустим, здесь это имя Каршон напоминается. символ-то хоть. Повторяющихся предлогов тут вроде нет. Ну, тогда это символ А или И, скорее всего. Ну и там противоположный, в общем. Тут даже повторяющихся предлогов нет. Только здесь. Допустим, Ша это N тогда. Ну, думаю, здесь нормальная локализация, проверено это, надеюсь. Но я не думаю, что в подсказке скажут, какой текст набрать. Скорее всего, просто скажут, что нужно это расшифровать и все. Ну, максимум также, в общем, скажут, от чего отталкиваться. Это я заметил, но идей у меня пока сейчас нет. Что может быть именно в конце? Какой будет тут все заканчиваться? Может, инициал? Ладно, подсказку давай, игра. Здесь полно улик, но я по-прежнему что-то упускаю. Я же говорил, тут будет отличная подсказка. Ну, это либо намек на то, что нужно расшифровать текст, либо я все-таки еще что-то не нашел. Или что-то с чем-то не скомбинировал. Ну-ка, если еще раз нажать. То же самое. А, вот подсказка 1. Записку с шифром нашел. Попробуйте расшифровать ее. Ну, это гениально. Подсказка. Так я так и думал, поэтому и все-таки надеялся, что будет хотя бы подсказка к первым символам. Ну, чтобы часть можно было вести, а дальше уже догадываться. А не прям с нуля. Расшифровывать шифр. Ну, искать ключ шифра. Жаль, что он не так часто встречается, еще не факт, что я бы эту букву правильно. Раз так часто встречаться, пусть будет на. Правда, что здесь тогда за предлог? Ну и что за слово? Как там имя было? Карнаш ведь, да? Да, здесь пока подходит, но... А, нет, не подходит. А, же нельзя поставить уже сюда.
The photograph showed
Хорошо.
Pop with a background.
Хорошо, значит, сюда уже не подходит. Если это все-таки... Возможно, в английской версии легче решить эту головоломку. Или я нигде не видел. Какой-нибудь предлог, где первая и третья буква одинаковая. Где ты Елен нашел? Может, вот этот и отдельно стоит. Какая-то абракадабра получается пока. Если это и... Тут просто дофигища коротких слов из 3 символов, но они все разные. Если бы здесь было гнетили, то это бы, конечно, облегчило жизнь. Может, здесь вера? Два последних символа одинаковых. Ты пройти? Нет, какая-то фигня получается. В других словах. Ну и какой здесь предлог может быть? Ну, это я замечал, но все равно я фиг знает, что здесь может быть. Прям нормальный вариант мне не приходит в голову. Ну, предлоги которые заканчиваются одинаково. На или е. Если здесь, конечно, на или не. Я вот тоже не могу придумать. Думаешь, это знак того, что текст фигуры адаптирован? Тут может просто два коротких слова. Загугли, проверь. Нормальный ли текст должен получиться. По руководству к Steam, наверное, проще всего найти прохождение. Ну и быстрее всего. Хотя через Google тоже быстро, думаю, можно найти. Фиг знает еще, как мне шифр поможет дальше продвинуться. Так ты бы сразу русское прохождение искал. Ладно, я сам, наверное, посмотрю. Потому что идеи, как расшифровать этот шифр, у меня нет. Ну и те же небольшие слова сбивают с толку. Ну, наверное, самую первую букву, может, неправильно поставил. Прохождение в картинках. Не заспойлерить бы себе что-нибудь. И там английская версия текста, классно. Есть переведенная. Ну-ка, кстати, где английская там? Зря сразу закрыл, надо сопоставить формат текста. Не, вроде там другой текст. Ну, то есть количество букв не совпадает. То есть загадка, скорее всего, адаптирована под русский текст. В английской версии я подглядел, что вначале там вроде Пьер должен быть. Пьер это имя или слово, которое надо перевести. Скорее всего, все-таки имя. Там дальше вроде полный отчет должно быть, что-то в этом духе. Если что, уже закрыл английскую версию. Остатки уж так сам подберу. Ну, кстати, да, точно, но то, что я что-то тоже об этом не подумал. Ну, я уже увидел английский текст, первую строчку там прочитал, поэтому не буду притворяться, что не могу просто перевести. Дальше я не читал. Здесь, наверное, дело. Хотя бы остатки шифра попытаюсь разгадать. Да, вначале ты говорил там уже, что я туплю, надо быстро решить, а потом со мной не мог разгадать сам шифры, пока в английскую версию не заглянул. Терпит. Промедление. Мертвы. Здесь всем, наверное. То значит кто? Наверное, и Эмад. Мертвы. Это не совпадение, значит. Что-то не знаю, что здесь должно быть. После... Может, что-то неправильно? Может, июль? И уже занят. Блин, я вижу еще. Жаль, что здесь нельзя сразу символ выделить. Там какой-то знак должен быть. Ну, пунктуационный. Нет? Ну, в конце еще, допустим. Здесь может точка, обозначающая то, что это сокращение. Ну, инициал. Здесь, наверное, похоже. Себя Х. Ну, это подпись, очевидно. Теперь самое неочевидное. Последнюю букву я чуть не знаю, какую поставить. Последует, господи. Туплю.
I had decrypted the note. It read, Pierre, full report to follow. But this is too urgent to wait. Arno and Yamada both dead. This is not a coincidence. Indeed, it seems that all of us who came together in July are in danger. Take great care. X. I
Те,
wasn't
кто
the only one to make the
переводил
connection
это расширенное
between the
издание,
costume
молодцы, что
killer
адаптировали
murders. I'd been right all along.
текст, да.
That was why he had asked to
Но
meet me.
пунктуацию могли бы и оставить.
But what did I know that he didn't? I had enough for a story. An amazing story that was going to make my reputation and blow Canchons to pieces. I needed to get home fast and start typing.
Вероника тем же вечером.
Bonsoir, Collard.
Nico, it's Ronnie.
Hey, Ronnie, you cracked open the champagne yet?
Are you crazy?
What's wrong? Wait a minute. You didn't print it, did you?
Of course I didn't print.
That's the best piece I've written.
The last, as far as I'm concerned.
It's important.
It's suicidal. You can't destroy a national hero.
He deserved it.
His corpse isn't even cold.
Ronnie, 2 hours ago I told you what I'd found. You loved it. You begged me to write it up immediately.
2 hours is a long time in newspapers, Nico.
Someone's got to you, haven't they?
Listen up, Nicole, and listen good. Pierre Carchon had a lot of friends, powerful friends. For your own sake.
Forget what happened.
You got it. End of conversation. Good night.
This should have been my big break, but I knew there was nowhere else to sell this story. If Ronnie wouldn't print it, nobody would.
Bonsoir, Collard.
Mademoiselle Collard, my name is Plantard. I need to talk to you about your story. Your Pierre Carchon story.
How did you know about that?
There are people out there, madame, who will be very upset by this story.
Oh, really? Well, it's their lucky day. It's been spiked.
Yes, I know. We must meet.
We must?
I have information relating to your costume killer stories. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., Café de la Chandelle Verte, Rue Alain Court. I shall be wearing a grey overcoat. You must talk to no one about this.
You can't tell me what to...
Tomorrow at 8. I'll be waiting.
People complain about newspaper articles all the time, but not usually before they're printed. I was beginning to feel scared. This guy, Plantard, could I trust him? Should I meet him or forget the whole business? I didn't have an answer.
Кафе Шандель Верт на следующее
I'd only
утро.
been in Paris for a week,
Вот с
but
этого
already I'd
начиналась
fallen in
оригинальная
love with the
версия
city.
игры.
My latest discovery was a little cafe, La Chandelle Verte. I was pretty sure the waitress was taking a shine to me. That old Stobart charm, I guess. Little did I know my reverie was about to be so rudely interrupted.
Классный клон. Но, к сожалению, он убийца.
As I
Очевидно,
picked
что
myself
здесь
up,
под
I
кривом
was
тоже
really
человек,
angry.
что был
One
мимо.
minute I'm on vacation, the next minute some clown's blown me up. I knew right away what I was gonna do. I was gonna find that clown and bring him to justice. Because justice matters. Justice is up there with liberty, and equality, and, fraternity. After all, that's why I'd studied law, wasn't it? Well, that, and the money, of course.
Денег, конечно, в последнюю очередь.
The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state. I noticed the writing at the foot of the page. It read, Salah Eddin, 1345. The big story was about the brutal murder of a French media magnate, shot down in cold blood. The guy oozed confidence, like a regular French statesman. The column was devoted exclusively to rumor. The leading article referred to the big story was about the guy. I considered straightening the table, but I figured it best not to disturb the evidence. The sight of the dead guy's staring eyes turned my knees to jelly. I tried not to meet his stare as I searched the dead man's pockets. No wallet, no papers, no credit cards. The guy's past was a blank page. I checked his pockets. Nothing.
Жаль, что у него карман
It was the
пустым.
body of the old man. It was hard to believe I'd seen him alive only minutes before. I'd hoped the fact that the mirror was already broken meant I'd
Джордж тоже не хотел трогать улики.
The mirror had smashed into 1,000 pieces. Bad luck for someone. Poor guy. He was pretty mashed up.
Не припомню, кстати, в оригинале еще такой ракурс, чтобы зеркало можно было смотреть. Первый раз игру вообще проходил еще на первой Соньке. Мелкий. Ну и тогда, кстати, часто застревал тут.
I needed a stiff drink,
Ну,
but I
чуть ли не
hated the
намертво.
taste of brandy. I needed a stiff drink.
Oh, my head. Never again. How much vodka did I drink? Oh, no, don't tell me. What is your name, Sherry?
George Stobart, ma'am. You look like you could use a little help.
I could use a little drink. I feel sick, dizzy, and bruised. I don't even remember the party.
Just relax and take it easy. You've been knocked out.
You don't say. What happened?
There's been an explosion. You should try not to move.
Are you a doctor?
Не буду врать.
No, but I used to play hospitals when I was a kid. Can you remember anything at all?
No. I need a drink. Pour me a brandy.
Налью
Is
ей.
that straight or with ice?
Just give me the bottle with a teat on it.
I guess a little drop won't hurt.
That's better.
She knocked back the brandy as if it was water. I was glad I wasn't picking up the check. Hey, wake up! She didn't respond. If I wanted another cappuccino, I'd have to serve myself. The pretty young waitress was unconscious.
Полиции пока нет. Клоун побежал в эту сторону.
The clown had fled into this alley, but there was no sign of him now. There was nothing of interest. It was a plastic... It was a battered old trash can. I'd had it with sticking my
Хоть одно доброе дело сделал, выпустил кошку из мусорки. Хотя, может, и помешал есть.
It smelled like someone had dumped a truckload of fish in a locker room on a hot summer afternoon. It was a battered... I took a deep breath and prepared to climb the drain pipe. I guess the clown had an escape over the rooftops. The drain pipe hung limp and useless.
Хорошо, что никто не видел, что я сломал трубу.
The cover was too heavy and awkward to lift with my bare hands. It was an iron cover concealing the entrance to a drain or sewer.
Наверх хоть нет не проходил.
Freeze! Hold it, right there.
Oh, don't shoot. I'm innocent. I'm an American.
Can't make up your mind, huh?
I demand to see the American consul.
Drop your weapons and get down on the ground.
Put that thing away, Sergeant Moo. I apologize, monsieur, but I cannot permit you to leave.
Am I under arrest?
Ah, no, I would simply like to ask you some questions. En avant, to the café, marche. What a mess. This bombing is an outrage, is it not?
Stop that, monsieur.
Has it occurred to you that he may be dead, Moo?
Oui, monsieur. But I prefer to look on the bright side. Besides, I recall a case where the killer escaped by feigning death. However, in this case, the man is quite dead.
Examine the girl and take her statement, if you can. Et maintenant, to business. Your name, please?
George Stobart. I'm from California.
And what brings you to Paris, Monsieur Stobart?
Travel. I'm touring Europe.
You chose well. The city is most beautiful at this time of year, no?
Yeah, I guess so, apart from the bomb blasts.
Were you in the vicinity of the cafe at the time of the explosion?
Yeah, I was sitting out on the sidewalk. I was
Может,
lucky I wasn't killed.
когда-нибудь я доберусь до наверху, да?
Inspector passed over my remark with no reaction.
Надо для начала хотя бы тут первую часть сломанного меча пройти.
Yes, I did.
Was he alone?
Yeah.
And did he say anything to you?
No. He was more interested in the waitress.
Did you see anyone else in the cafe?
Я видел
Yeah,
клоуна.
there was a guy dressed as a clown. He was carrying an accordion.
An accordion? Bon. The picture is forming in my mind, and it is not a pretty one. Is the girl all right, Moo?
She'll live if she survives the hangover. She doesn't remember seeing a clown, monsieur.
That's odd, don't you think, monsieur? Who am I to believe, I wonder? Eh bien, I have heard enough.
What do you mean?
I am satisfied that you know nothing. You may leave. I hope this little incident does not spoil the rest of your vacation.
What about my personal safety? Can't you at least give me some advice?
What can I say? Stay alert and look out for suspicious characters.
And don't cross the road until the little man shows green.
Great advice.
I honestly believe you are in no danger, monsieur. Should you remember anything of importance, please contact me. My card.
Наши новые друзья и сами довольно подозрительны.
Thanks.
That is
Привет,
all.
Риш.
You may go.
There's not much to go on, monsieur.
On the surface, no. But what lurks inside the subconscious? If the door can only be opened.
Are you serious, monsieur? I thought your interest in psychic detection was purely academic.
Ты наклейку купил? Нафига? А вот и Ника.
Excuse me,
Николь.
mademoiselle? Hi. My name's George Stobart.
Oh, an American by the sound of it.
Yep, that's right. On vacation in Paris. Some vacation, huh?
You were here when the bomb went off?
Sure was. Sat right out in front of the cafe.
Did you notice a middle-aged man, maybe 60, with a hat and overcoat?
I couldn't believe it. She hadn't even asked how I was feeling. Yeah, he went inside just before the bomb exploded. You weren't related to him, were you?
Oh, no, nothing like that. I'm Nicole Collard from La Liberté.
What is that, some kind of nightclub?
Oh, no, it's a newspaper.
You're a reporter?
I'm a freelance photojournalist.
Say, you could interview me about the bombing. An eyewitness account, minutes after the outrage that shook the whole of Paris. You know, real-life drama, human interest, that kind of stuff.
I'll just stick to the facts, thank you. Did you see who planted the bomb?
I know it sounds crazy, but he was dressed like a clown.
A clown? It's him again.
Смотри, чтобы она не подешевела в 3 раза. Это её 10.
Have you met the clown before?
It's a long story.
I have plenty of time.
I don't.
Не хочешь ничего рассказывать Джорджу?
Do you know a police officer called Rosso?
Rosso? Our paths have a knack of crossing. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was deliberate. Have you seen Rosso? Is he here?
He's inside, attempting to question a witness with his psychic powers.
That guy is weird.
Yeah. Who was the guy you were supposed to meet?
His name was Plantar. I didn't know him, but he called me last night. He said he had a story which would interest me. He asked me to meet him at the cafe. I guess I'll never know what he wanted to tell me.
Well, not unless you have Rosso's gift for psychic interrogation.
I found this newspaper outside the cafe.
That is not a newspaper, it's a gossip rag.
It may have belonged to Plantar.
So, he had a taste for sensationally smut with right-wing bias. That doesn't tell us much.
There's something written in it. Salah Eddin, 1345.
It sounds like a betting tip. The name of the horse and the time of the race. What do you think?
That's what I thought, but the name of the meeting isn't given.
Well, so what? I'm not the least bit interested in horse racing, are you?
No, but it could be a clue to the killer's next move.
Do you think his next victim will be the jockey? Or the horse?
She looked at me with a playful twinkle in her eye. Okay, it's a long shot. Look, the inspector gave me his card.
I didn't know his first name was Augustin. It suits him, I must say.
Why won't you tell me about the clown?
Why do you want to get involved?
Because he almost killed me. Isn't that reason enough?
I guess so. Listen, I'll give you my phone number.
Ну, телефончик получил.
And I'll let you in on what I know.
Николь.
And let's get one thing straight right now. This is strictly business.
Okay, it's a deal.
I have to go develop these pictures. I'll be on some, monsieur.
Fine. I'll see you soon.
И ушла. Я же тебя не обо всем еще раз просил.
Sergeant Moo?
Ah, Monsieur Stobart, n'est-ce pas?
That's correct. You remember me.
The retention of such data is part of my duty as a
Было бы странно, если бы он меня уже забыл.
Crime is fought through attention to detail, not intuition.
Yes, sure.
Зачем тебе эти наклейки?
I found this in the street, Sergeant.
That, monsieur, is a newspaper, no?
There's a note written on it. Salah Eddin, 1345.
Aha!
That stumped you, hasn't it?
I have never been stumped, as you put it, in my life, monsieur. It is the name assumed by the clown, no?
Salah Eddin the clown? I don't think so. Look, Sergeant, the inspector gave me his card.
Yes, monsieur. He wants you to advise him if you have any information concerning this case.
Well, I'd be glad to talk with him, but I don't want him working his psycho weirdness on me.
Ah, no, monsieur. You are
Я теперь
confusing
перед
the
всеми
science of
буду
parapsychology with witchcraft.
хвастаться
Oh, yeah?
визиткой инспектора.
We don't do sacrifices.
Ну, надеюсь, тебе это удастся сделать. Но учитывая, что там он какие-то уже старые наклейки покупал, то навряд ли они вдруг вырастут в цене.
I was one of the last people to see the victim alive, Sergeant.
Does that worry you?
Yes, it does. I feel
Ну,
like
если за 2 года не подорожали.
owe it to him to find his killer.
That is best left to the authorities, monsieur. Did he speak to you? Tell you anything?
No, he just grinned and nodded.
Don't let it trouble you, monsieur. Go home and try to forget.
What is Rosso doing with that girl?
He is giving her the once-over, as you Americans say. Once he gets his teeth into a case, nothing will shake him off.
I know the identity of the dead guy. His name was Plantal.
Is that so? You knew him, did you?
No, but
We'll know everything there is to know about him soon enough.
I'm trying to be helpful here.
The best way you can help us is to go home, monsieur.
Я теперь не уйду домой.
I considered straightening the table. Hey, you!
I thought you'd been arrested.
Nah, it was a misunderstanding.
When he pulled that gun, I thought that was it. Those automatics pack quite a punch, you know?
He made a mistake. He thought I was a terrorist.
You? A terrorist? Ha!
He was only doing his duty, I guess. Would you like to read my newspaper?
I haven't got time to read that. Can't you see I'm busy?
You could read it on your lunch break.
10 minutes is all I get. And if my boss had his way, I wouldn't get that. He'd have me on a drip, so I didn't have to stop to eat.
Oh, take the newspaper and quit complaining.
Рановато ему дал газет.
Pah! Look at this. Damn bleeding heart liberals. Cha! Save the dolphins. Catch them and eat them, I say. All that fuss over a bunch of fish. Nah, that's more like it. Look at the size of those. Like champagne bottle corks, no? Ah, what's this? Saladin running in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe.
It's a racehorse?
A horse? A legend. Bucephalus reborn, mon ami. Like a streak of lightning she is. Do me a favor, won't you? Keep an eye on my hole. I'm off to put some money on that nag.
What about your toolbox?
Stuff it. Help yourself.
Надо было сначала его расспросить.
I'd found just what I wanted. A tool for lifting manhole covers.
Hello, Nico Coulard.
Hello? It's George.
Oh, hi.
Well, I haven't had a lot of luck.
You found nothing?
No.
Look, I'm very busy right now. Call me if you have any news, okay?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Adieu, monsieur.
See you.
Нужно будет попозже позвонить Николь. Так, ну и здесь я, наверное, больше ничего не могу сделать. Инструменты забрал.
Set into the huge gate was a smaller access door. The door was securely locked.
Нельзя постучать. Вправо не уйти.
I lifted the cover to reveal what smelt like the entrance to a sewer.
Я даже помню, что здесь лежит.
As I picked up the plastic ball, I realized it was intended to be worn. It
Клоунский
was
нос.
the clown's red nose. The nose was hollow. Printed on the inside were the words La Risée du Monde, Paris. It was a bright red plastic nose, part of a clown's costume. The card read, Augustin. The nose was... I scooped up the sodden tissue. It was cold and greasy, like breakfast leftovers. It was the soggy tissue I'd found in the sewers. I took hold of the scrap of material and unsnagged it from the spike. It was the scrap of material I'd found in the sewer. Hi there.
Привет.
Hold it right there, you sewer rat. I knew you'd come back, and now I've got you.
What are you talking about?
You're trespassing. Come out of there, immediately.
That's what I'm trying to do. Give me your hand.
Ha!
Не
You
хочет
won't
подходить.
catch me with tricks like that. Keep your distance, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
Now, what were you looking for?
Я тут клоуна
I
ищу.
was looking for a clown.
Huh, ridiculous. Do you really expect me to believe that?
He planted a bomb in the cafe and blew it up.
What? The cafe? Blown up? Mon Dieu, that is awful. And you say the person responsible was dressed as a clown?
That's
Странно,
right.
что он не слышал
He
взрыв.
blew up the cafe, escaped into the sewer, changed his clothes, and came up here.
Ah, mon Dieu. Then, the man I chased, do you think that man and the clown are one and the same?
Well, yes, it had crossed my mind.
Ah, that still does not explain what you are doing down the sewer. For all I know, you are in league with him.
Oh no, I'm just a tourist.
Haha, most tourists are content with the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, or the Pigalle. I didn't realize my waste pipes were such an attraction.
Take a look at this false nose.
I've never seen it before in my life.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur. It's disgusting. What on earth possessed you to show it to me? Someone had emptied their nostrils into it.
Do you recognize this material?
I am not telling you anything.
Do you
Давай,
recognize this
рассказывай.
material?
I am not telling.
Не колет.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
What is there to tell? He was a typical criminal type, just like you.
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
Oh, she isn't hurt, is she?
No, she's fine.
Oh, thank heavens. A poor girl like her isn't safe with the likes of you roaming the streets.
Can't you understand? I'm not a gangster. I'm an American tourist.
Ah, that's what you say.
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't. Who is he?
The man who was killed in the cafe. I'm gonna find the guy responsible. I'll find him. Even if it means following him down every sewer in every city in Europe.
Bravo! Ah, you need some sensible boots. You won't get far in those stupid sneakers.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
I didn't notice. Now are you going to leave? Or do I have to call the police?
Он не просто усач, у него усы переходят в бороду, в эти в бакенбарды.
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at my card?
Mm-hmm. What is this? Inspector Augustin Rousseau? What does that say? Hominoid Division?
A homicide. I think the ink's smudged.
Then you are not a tourist.
Okay, I'm not. I
Не
lied to
скажу,
you,
клоун он
and
или
I'm
нет.
sorry.
Don't
Не буду
apologize,
спойлерить.
monsieur. You know, I had a feeling there was something different about you. It is your posture, your poise. Oh yes, there is no mistaking the bearing of a disciplined man. And I should know. I was in the army, you know. When I was your age, I was fighting for my life in the African desert. How can I help you, Inspector?
Первый мне больше расскажет.
Does this piece of material mean anything to you?
That
Плохой
is
из
the
тебя
same
детектив.
cloth as the jacket I found. I'd recognize that pattern anywhere.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
He was a
Хочешь в деревне отдохнуть?
He grabbed me in an arm lock. His face suddenly next to mine. His grip was like iron. But he did not know what he was up against. Oh no! He made a big mistake when he took on one of the desert hyenas.
Yes, I get the picture.
Надолго уезжаешь?
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
You can't suspect her, surely.
Just answer the question, please.
Yes, I know her. Quite well, you could say. She came to work at the cafe 7 months ago. I look forward all week to the relief she gives me when she visits.
Really? So you'd miss her if she wasn't there?
Oh, mais oui! Who else would I find to cut my toenails?
С чего это ты вдруг собрался в деревню? Просто отдохнуть или к родственникам?
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Why, yes, he was. Clutched in his arms like a baby.
That belonged to his victim.
Oh, what do you think was in it? Drugs? Stolen jewels?
I don't know, but the killer thought it was worth a man's life.
Nothing is worth that, monsieur.
Now, about the jacket you found. Do you have it here?
No, monsieur. One of the sleeves was badly torn, so I sent it for repair. A pity, because otherwise it was a fine piece of quality tailoring. It had the tailor's name inside on the label.
Where did you send the jacket?
I gave it to an itinerant Romani seamstress.
Бродячая цыганка-швея. Ее он не посчитал. Подозрительно.
Was there anything in the jacket pockets?
Not a sou. You know what I think?
Do tell me.
He changed out of the clown suit and cunningly disguised himself as an ordinary person.
Looks like I'm up against a mastermind. What was the name on the label?
It was a foreign name. Todrick, I think.
Did you get the address?
There wasn't one, monsieur. Only a telephone number.
Well, I don't expect you to remember a phone number you've only seen once.
74 98 08 59.
You're kidding.
Но у него
That's
хорошая
a phone
память.
number?
Yes, that's it. A little trick with numbers that I learned in the desert. I was taught the technique by a Tuareg shaman.
That's incredible.
It comes in handy at the supermarket checkout. Do I get a reward?
Honesty, monsieur, is its own reward.
Then I'm glad I do not rely on honesty to pay the bills.
This is what I used to open the manhole cover.
I have one just the same as that, monsieur. I will fetch it if you like.
No, don't bother.
Oh, it is no bother, monsieur.
Nah, forget it.
Just trying to be helpful, monsieur.
I have to be going. Thanks to your help, the citizens of
Думаю,
Paris
теперь
can
очевидно,
sleep a
что
little easier.
не он убийца.
Vraiment? I was only doing my duty, monsieur. Good luck, Inspector. I hope you catch that killer soon.
So the clown had escaped into the sewer,
Все еще думаешь, что он клан?
into the courtyard, and then slipped back into the street here. It wasn't much, but it was more than the cops had got.
Рабочий еще не вернулся.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
What do you want now?
I believe this material came from the clown's clothing.
If you are right, monsieur,
Не
then
все
the clown
преступники любят
must
помогать
be an Englishman.
Well, how do
следствию.
you figure that?
Only the English would wear a suit made from material like that.
Don't you like the
Ну и вначале он мне не хотел
Not so
помогать.
much a question of liking, rather one of taste. They have none.
Do you recognize this dirty tissue?
No, monsieur, I do not.
I found it in the sewer.
Perhaps it would be better if you put it back there.
No way. This could be an important clue.
If you say so, monsieur.
I found this red nose in the sewer.
What were you doing down there?
Fishing for clues. That's where the clown went.
You still insist you saw a clown, monsieur?
Of course. And this novelty nose proves it.
It will take more than a plastic proboscis to convince Inspector Rousseau.
You don't want this as evidence, then?
Certainly not, monsieur.
What do you suppose this...
It looks like something an obstetrician would use, monsieur.
It
Шерстки
was with
щипцы.
tools like this that the clown made his escape.
I don't understand.
He opened up the hole and disappeared into the bowels of the earth.
If you say so, monsieur.
See you later, Sergeant.
Так. Попробуй позвонить Николе.
Hello? Who is this? Hi. My name's George Stobart. You don't know me.
Correct, Mr. Stobart. I don't. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm trying to trace one of your customers. Could I maybe come over and talk to you?
No. No, that's not possible.
Oh, okay. Forget it. Listen, all I want is a name.
What are you talking about? Who are you working for?
I guess you might say I'm acting in the interests of truth and justice.
Ah, thank God. I thought you were the police.
There are innocent lives at stake, Mr. Todrick. Lives that you could save.
You're collecting for charity, yes?
No, I'm not. All I want from you is information.
Go on. I'm listening.
Do you know a guy called Plantar?
No, I never heard of him.
Shall I tell you what happened to Plantar? How he was killed in cold blood?
I told you, I never heard of Plantar.
I expect Plantar's a family man, don't you? In their little apartment, Madame Plantar is cooking the supper, listening for the familiar sound of her husband's key in the door. Junior is waiting for his daddy to come home from work. He can't wait to show him the merit marks he earned in school today. Only tonight, Monsieur Plantar won't be coming home.
You forgot the puppy.
Huh?
The faithful puppy dog, waiting for the sound of his master's voice.
Well, maybe they don't have a dog. What do you think?
I don't know, Plantar. I never heard of Plantar. None of this has anything to do with me.
What do you know about the clown who bombed the Café de la Chandelle Verte?
I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
You're cool, Todrick. But I think you know more than you're saying.
I don't know who you be, but sure I am you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Quit playing games with me, Todrick.
I tell you, I know nothing about no clown.
Все, других реплик нет.
Thanks for nothing, Todrick.
Не смог его расколоть.
Hello, Nico Coulard.
Hello? It's George.
Ah, oui.
You said to call if I could help.
Have you any news for me?
You bet. I met a witness who spoke to the clown. And I know where the killer gets his suits.
No kidding. Hey, I'm impressed.
You are? Well, it wasn't easy.
Look, why don't you come here to my apartment later this afternoon?
Fine. Where do you live?
361 Rue Jarry.
Okay, I'll come over.
I was used to working alone. But I had to admit, it felt good with George on the case too. But there were some things I was going to have to do alone, and fast. I needed the answers to some questions. Who was the costume killer? And why did he murder Carchon? Why did Carchon ask for me to interview him? How did he know my father? And why was my editor so scared? There was some kind of secret war going on out there, but who was on which side? One thing I did know. I wasn't going to get the answers sitting at my desk.
Опять эпизод за Николь. Что она там пишет?
My first Teddy. Never had a boyfriend as loyal as him. The elephant on the lid was a perfect match to Carchon's.
Может, отмычкой открою? Нет?
The box was one of the few things my father left me. The elephant on the lid was a perfect... The box was one of the...
Ладно, пока оставлю шкатулку.
You have no messages.
Какой противный голос.
It was a photograph of my father, the first one I ever took, with the first camera he ever bought me.
Трейлер по Гарри Поттеру? Нет, конечно. Я же еще стримлю. Музыку можно включить. Есть какие-то мелодии без слов, чтобы мне вот не забанили на Твиче? Нет, не хочу сейчас смотреть. Тут тоже какая-то песня. Бабулька вяжет.
Mamselle Collard. Oh, hello there. Don't tell me I'm going to meet a tall, dark man.
No, I don't think so. Why would you say that?
Oh, just a wild guess.
Anyway, your cousin's female and very pretty.
What?
Your cousin from Marseille. How could you forget her so soon? She was only in your apartment yesterday.
Ah, really?
Such a charming young girl.
Isn't she? And in my apartment, you say?
She let herself in, of course. She's got a key.
Suddenly, everything made sense. My apartment had been bugged. That was how Plantard knew all about my article. How did I know? Because the only cousin I have is a sweet little guy called Jean-Marc, who runs a patisserie in Le Touquet. These people were determined, which meant they were also very dangerous.
Кто-то побывал в квартире Николь? Ладно, скидывай трейлер.
I suppose she'd forgotten which apartment was mine.
Oh, Miss Collard, you're a mind reader. That's just what she said.
Oh, I bet it was. Well, I'd better be going. See what my sweet cousin's been getting up to.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Но не думаю, что он меня особо заинтересует. Я никогда не был поклонником Гарри Поттера. Да и, как тоже говорил, мне только первые 2 или 3 фильма понравились в свое время. Сейчас посмотрю. Проклятое дитя. Тут полтрейлера, что ли, видео из предыдущей части.
I just want to be 100% off the grid. The only true freedom lies in not being seen.
He showed you the wickedness of man. I knew you would not look away. The choice was put in your hands because he put it there.
Dad, what if I am put in Slytherin?
Then Slytherin will have gained a wonderful young wizard.
Это случайно какое-то фанатское видео. Этот трейлер вообще есть на официальном канале Вардеров? Это мне вообще не то, да? Скинул. Еще и звук отвратительный. Мне кажется, что это какая-то вообще фигня. Зачем ты заставил меня это смотреть?
I didn't need to call it.
Витрину уже заделали, заколотили досками.
Hello, could I ask you some questions?
That depends. Are you a cop?
No, I'm a journalist.
Bit late, aren't you? They already took away the body.
I'm doing a follow-up on this story.
Надеюсь, в этот раз нормальный трейлер. Третий я смотреть не буду. Королевский реквием. Это вообще другое название. Там, видимо, все-таки фанатское видео какое-то было, да? И опять неофициальный канал.
Sometimes you have to break the rules. Isn't that what you told me?
Мне кажется, ты какую-то чушь мне опять скинул. Нарезку из предыдущих фильмов, вроде с какими-то фанатскими вставками сделаны. Любителями. Короче, какая-то фигня опять. Ищи трейлер. Ищи следующий трейлер. Более правдоподобный.
Tell me, are you related to the workman I saw digging the hole?
Don't talk to me about flobage. Pah!
Okay.
He just won a fortune on the horses and he won't give me a cent.
Well, it's his money.
When he was broke, he was happy to touch me for a loan. Brothers should look after each other.
Все-таки это реально фильм, да?
He's changed his tune, now he's brassed up.
Да, они фанатские белые какие-то. Ну, выглядит так себе.
Do you know this man?
He looks like a nasty piece of work. I had an uncle who was with the fascists, but we never talk about him.
What happened to him?
How should I know? We never talk about him.
Look at this secret message.
Very nice. But it's not secret now, is it? It's just a message.
You're doing a fine job.
Damn right I am. You should be writing about me, not that idiot that got blown up.
The heroes who pick up the pieces when disaster strikes.
Exactly.
Well, give me your best smile and maybe I'll put your picture in the article.
Oh, right. Just give me a minute to do my hair.
Все равно его челка торчит.
The workman looked about as eager and helpful as your average road digger. Hello?
Yes?
Have the police finished with the crime scene?
What does it look like? I got orders to board up the windows, and that's what I'm doing.
So the body's been removed?
I certainly hope so, or it'll stink to high heaven when they take down these boards.
Shouldn't you check?
Are you kidding? They don't pay me enough to put up boards, let alone check for dead bodies.
Удачи, Снейк.
Do you like this coffee?
It's the kind of thing you pick up for a couple of euros at Les Puces de Saint-Ouen.
I need to take some more pictures.
Of course. My pleasure. Just give me a moment.
Ладно, наверное, оставлю его в покое. Хотя, может, он мне что-нибудь все-таки полезное может сказать. Не зря же его сюда поставят.
Yes.
He wouldn't be interested in... Take a look.
Может, на этот символ
I
где-нибудь
don't
видел.
like laissez hankies. They scratch my nose.
I can see how that must be a problem for you. He wouldn't be interested. You see this ticket?
Are you trying to bribe me?
No.
I don't blame you, of course. Good-looking fella like me.
Would you?
That is the key to a safe. A Warren special, if I'm not mistaken.
Откуда он так много знает о сейфах?
Have you ever seen anything like this?
What do you think I am? A plumber?
Would you like...
What do you take me for? Some kind of a pervert?
I need to take...
Of course. Just...
There was nothing I could... The police had removed the body, but nothing else looked disturbed. A panel had been blown away, revealing a gap. From this angle, I could see that something had been lodged in the gap behind the pipes.
Наверное, какая-то сумка. Я уже не помню.
Behind the table were some damaged pipes. Voila! The police and forensic teams had missed a vital piece of evidence. Some kind of pouch. On the pouch was the cross symbol of Carchon's organization. I was on the right track. On the pouch was the cross symbol of Carchon. Inside the pouch were two items. A strange metallic artifact and a letter in some kind of code.
Еще одно зашифрованное письмо.
Another coded message using the same cipher system. So, Plantard was involved with Carchon.
Записка закодирована, и тут, наверное, другой шифр, да? Игра надо мной издевается. Здесь, кстати, тоже нет знаков пунктуации. Предлог повторяется. Предлогов из 3 букв нет. Одинаковых. Да даже из 2 нет. Чувствую, опять придется залезть в какой-нибудь гайд, чтобы узнать хотя бы что-то на английском должно быть написано. Допустим, это и... Может, тут нас? А может быть и нам. Если вообще тут она. Ладно, пока оставлю эту записку. Стоп, там вроде еще что-то можно было смотреть, нет? Наверное, показалось. Может, эту записку можно отдать кому-нибудь, чтобы ее перешифровали для меня?
Of course. How could I forget?
Well, I'm waiting. Get your camera out.
Camera.
Не буду я
Oh, I
фотографировать.
forgot. It broke.
Hello. They should never send a woman to do a man's job.
Well, this woman had fooled him easily enough, and found the evidence the police had missed. The artifact had a sword laid across scales. There was a picture of Lady Justice on the locked panel, in the room below the conciergerie. I had decrypted the note. Pierre, full report to follow. But this is too urgent. This is not a coincidence.
Может, во второй записке тоже эти имена упоминаются.
All of us who came together in July
Арно и
are
Мада.
in danger. Take great care. X. I wasn't the only one to... I'd been right all along. Another code... So... I had Pierre. This take... I... Another... So...
Может, здесь Арно и Ямада. А, Ямада уже не получается. Ну, кстати, тут может быть все-таки Арно и только вот это вот неправильно. И кто-то другой здесь. Хотя, может, и не Арно. Может, тут от Арно и кого-то еще. Мне кажется, уже неправильно. Да, здесь, конечно, она вышла. Она и он. Нет. Считаю, потому что это Тарно, да. Вот это уже есть. Причем здесь буквы, которые один раз всего лишь используются во всем тексте. Попробуй еще что-нибудь найти. Ну, скорее всего, ко второму шифру не будет никаких
There
подсказок.
might have been clues down there, but I was relieved I didn't have a sewer key.
Ну, вот тут вот Джордж нашел ключ, чтобы открыть люк.
The door was locked. Another coded message. So,
Ладно, не буду выкобениваться, посмотрю решение этой головоломки этого шифра. Так же, как и в прошлый раз, просто найду начало на английском. Я только одно слово посмотрел. Плантарт. А как в русской-то версии он называет?
Another coded message using the same cipher system. So,
Плантарт.
Plantard.
Да, тут, кстати, можно было и догадаться, что здесь будет имя Плантера. Паранойя, похоже, оказался прав. Какой здесь может быть предлог? Чё даже ничего не приходит в голову. Предлог заканчивается на... Да, понятное дело, не подходит. Жаль, нельзя промежуточный вариант сохранить. Чтобы закрыть шифр и потом вернуться к нему. Посмотрев другие улики. Единственный вариант, который мне здесь приходит в голову, это какой-нибудь поляна. Но чему бы им тут поляну упоминать? Может, тут просто да, но какой контекст? Где вообще этот символ? Два раза использует. Здесь должен быть убит, посмотрел на английскую версию. Надо было все-таки и подставить. Эту букву я тоже угадал, когда сам пытался решить. Еще без подсказок. Может, я бы догадался сам, что здесь должно быть слово «убит». Тут, наверное, убийца. Второе слово я не подглядел, поэтому не знаю, что здесь должно быть. Наши, наверное. А может и нет. Как же плохо, что нет знаков препинания. В английской версии тут точка стоит. Поэтому текст более связанный получается сразу и легче понять, что это разные предложения. И не нужно искать связь между двумя словами подряд, чтобы внятный текст получился. Тут, наверное, она беспокоит. Если здесь меня, то нами получится. В принципе, нормально. И только непонятно, что нами. Все-таки здесь не мада. Ямады просто. Проследил. Должно. Еще все ГГ переполучается. Точнее, в рутоне. Чату ГГ. Он должна быть проследил. Может, я уж проследил за ним тогда. Как я не догадался, что здесь за нами. Сейф остался.
Plantard. Pierre killed. Murderer must have followed trail from Arnaud and Yamada. He will come for us now. We must be vigilant. Thierry's girl broke into Pierre's safe. She worries me. Imelda. So much for Imelda's innocence. Plantard was working for her, and for Canchon. But why did Plantard want to meet? Was it a trap? Or maybe he was in too deep and needed me to tell the story, whatever the story was. One thing was clear. It was a story worth killing for.
Почему переводчики не сохраняли пунктуацию?
The door was locked.
Так, стучать я никак не могу. Рабочий, кстати, все еще не вернулся.
I didn't need to call.
Николь не хочет никому звонить.
The strange metal artifact I found in Plantard's pouch had pointed back to the quayside.
Остров Сите. Час спустя. Сразу сюда отправилась. И артефакт, наверное, в стену надо вставить. Справа.
That wasn't... Plantard's key fitted the lock, so he must have used this place too. A photograph had been torn up. If I could just arrange the pieces...
Составить фото надо. Поворачивать их можно как-нибудь? Наверное, нет. Жаль, сразу несколько кусков нельзя двигать.
Oh my God. It can't be. There was no doubt about it. It was a picture of my father. Papa? Oh God. After what I'd gone through, I thought I could face anything, but not this. My father, the one person in the whole world who I truly admired, standing with Canchon while those murderers carried on with their evil work. My father, grinning at the camera. I couldn't believe it. I realized that I desperately needed to get to the bottom of this story.
and that I really needed George.
Все. Конец эпизода за Николь. В оригинальной компоненте эпизода не было.
Oh, hi.
Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like me to foretell your future?
No thanks.
I'm very good. It only takes a minute.
Thanks all the same, but I'm not superstitious. Besides, if it only takes a minute, that's not
Это
much
что за Дед
to look
Мороз?
forward to.
Не помню, что в оригинале тут кто-нибудь ходил.
What can you tell me about this material?
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
What can you tell me about this tissue?
Nothing.
Do you recognize this nose?
No, monsieur.
What do you...
Is it something a dentist?
No, it's for raising manhole covers.
Formidable.
Do you know a young woman called Nicole Collard?
Yes, I do. She lives upstairs from me in the apartment block across the street. The door isn't locked, but you'll need to give it a gentle nudge. It sticks, you see, because of the damp. The landlord said he'd fix it before winter sets in. He's been saying that for 3 years.
Are the flowers for sale?
Oui, monsieur.
Okay. I'll take a bunch of those white ones.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
No?
They are lilies, monsieur. Some people associate them with death.
Yikes. Well, thanks for telling me. What other flowers do you have?
Dahlias?
What do they signify?
Insecurity?
I don't want to give her the wrong idea about me. What about the tall yellow ones?
Those are iris, the flame of passion.
And the little yellow ones?
Sensuality.
Well, they're no use to me. I want to make an impression, not jump down her throat.
Так и не купил цветы.
I've changed my mind. Will you tell my fortune?
You're going on a long journey.
My, oh my. What a surprise. Can you tell me anything I don't already know? How does this fortune-telling routine work?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be selling flowers for a living.
Haven't you ever wondered why you were blessed with the gift?
Well, it's a bit like satellite television, I suppose. Some of us are born with a built-in receiver dish. I just happen to be one of the lucky ones.
Can you really foretell the future?
Only time will tell, monsieur. The strange thing is, I can't seem to see myself in the future. Other people, I have no problem. But when I try to see what might happen to me, nothing.
That must be scary.
Maybe. I figure it's a kind of natural safety mechanism. Either that, or I don't have a future.
How long has Mademoiselle Collard lived here?
A few months. She's in for a shock when the cold weather comes. Drafty windows, insufficient heating. It's a struggle to keep warm. The only reason I stay is because the rent is cheap. Your young lady, she deserves better.
I thought Mademoiselle Collard was a successful photographer.
Not as successful as she makes out for all her fine clothes. Oh, I've heard her crying herself to sleep at night.
That's awful.
Now don't you let on that I've told you. She's proud, that one. Too proud, if you ask me.
Have you seen anyone out here watching Mademoiselle Collard's apartment?
Yes, I have. A strange man. Tall and thin as a bruise.
Она, наверное, про Джорджа.
He kept his face hidden.
Нет.
But I saw his eyes peering from evil little slits.
How was he dressed?
A long brown raincoat with a hat.
Or like Humphrey Bogart?
Yes, but he didn't have Bogart's charisma. Besides, this guy looked like he needed a toilet. You never saw Bogart clenching his buttocks like that.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Mademoiselle Collard?
No, monsieur.
See you later.
That's right, monsieur.
Remembering the flower seller's advice, I pushed the door gently just above the lock.
Hi.
Bonjour. I'm glad you could make it, monsieur.
Please, call me George.
Fine. I'm Nicole. Take a seat, George. Eh bien? And what have you been up to?
I've been exploring the sewers underneath the cafe.
I thought I could smell something bad.
The clown used the sewer to escape and to change out of his costume. I guess he was in a hurry. He left his jacket behind.
And?
I got his tailor's phone number.
You had better luck than I did.
Luck, she said. Luck. Hard work, I'd call it. What happened?
My editor told me to drop this story. Can you believe it?
But you're not gonna do that.
Oh no. I'm going to find out what's behind these killings. It just doesn't add up. It almost feels like some sort of conspiracy. The police in 3 different countries have kept very quiet about the murders. The press don't connect them at all. They blame them on political, religious, or militant minority extremists.
Well, that covers just about everyone. Tell me more about yourself.
There's nothing much to tell.
Well, how'd you get into photography?
I guess I owe that to my father. He bought me my first camera. I was 8, and my parents had just split up.
Did you live with your father?
Yes. My mother went off with her new boyfriend. I didn't mind. Papa was all I needed. 4 years later, he died in a plane crash.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I don't mind talking about him. He was more like an older brother, really. Always joking and laughing. Papa always wanted me to study art. That's why I went to college.
Did you learn about photography at college?
God, no. I couldn't afford the materials. We were billed for everything we used. Paint, canvas, paper. Most of my year turned to minimalism. It was cheaper. I used to go poaching in the park for squirrel hair. The only time I wasn't hungry was the term I did printing. I used to eat the potatoes.
You're making fun of me, aren't you?
Oh, no.
Tell me more about the clown's previous victims.
The first was Arnaud Bellotta, the millionaire pharmaceutical baron. He made his money from amphetamines in the post-war slimming and diet boom. Imagine it, millions of housewives literally speeding their butts off. The only witness in the case was his Filipino au pair. She swears he was lured to his death by a snowman.
What about the clown's second victim?
Yamada, the controversial Japanese politician. He inherited his fortune from his father's electrochemical consortium.
How did he die?
At the hands, or should I say flippers, of a giant emperor penguin.
A snowman, a penguin, and now a clown.
I had been about to add mine to the list, but stopped myself. I really didn't want to have to explain to George about my father's involvement with Cauchon.
You know, I hate to admit it, but this is scary. And I'll tell you this, I will not be accepting any invitations to costume parties.
I don't blame you for being scared. I am too. But this story could be my only chance for a big break.
Or an early death. I found this tissue down the sewer.
That's disgusting, George.
No. I think the stuff on it is grease paint, like actors use, or clowns.
It's still disgusting. Get rid of it.
I found a piece of material near the cafe. When I showed it to the concierge, he recognized it right away.
It's very distinctive, all right. Just wait until you see this. I developed the film I shot at the cafe. Here, George. It's an enlargement I made. Look what that guy's wearing.
Checkered pants. The same material as I found in the sewer.
That's right. This guy shouldn't be difficult to find.
Oh, no?
Take a close look at his right cheek.
A scar in the shape of a horseshoe.
Or a crescent moon.
I found this false nose in the sewer.
Hey, what's this inside it?
The contents of someone's nose?
Don't be cross, George. It says La Risée du Monde. Masks and costumes. It's a costume shop near the Gare Saint-Lazare.
I'll check it out. Maybe the owner remembers who hired the clown costume. How come you enlarged this photograph of me?
Because I noticed the guy behind you, of course.
This is the tool I used to get into the sewers.
Fascinating, George.
You're not interested, are you?
Oh, of course I am. I think it was very brave of you to go down those sewers.
Yeah? Well, it was kind of scary, but... well, I had a job to do. I have to go.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Нельзя смотреться в квартире Николь. Она меня сразу выгнала. Кстати, может, она узнает человека с фото?
Bonjour,
She's not my girlfriend.
Maybe not yet, but I see your paths entwined in the future.
I doubt it. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Oh, what a hunk.
He's a killer.
I can see that. His eyes say it all.
See you later.
That's right, Miss.
Магазин костюмов. Похоронный марш.
It was an antique phonograph, the kind you have to wind by hand.
Можно его теперь как-нибудь выключить? Видимо, нельзя.
Excuse me.
Bonjour, monsieur. Please, come in. Welcome. Leave the mundane world behind. For in these four walls, fantasy is king.
I don't want a costume.
Didn't you ever dress up when you were a child?
Not that I remember.
Incredible! You'll be telling me next that you never shared your elder sister's lingerie.
I
Не
don't
было
have a
такого.
sister, and I think I'd look pretty silly in a brassiere. I just need some information.
Of course. How can I help you?
Have you heard of a man named Plantile?
I do not recall anyone of that name.
I'm looking for a man who hired a clown costume from you.
Oui, monsieur. I do not see how I can help.
Don't you keep a record of costumes that you've rented out?
Of course, monsieur, but...
Well, then I'd like to check your records. Give me the names of everyone who's rented a clown suit.
Impossible. There are too many.
Does this dirty tissue mean anything to you?
Let me smell that.
Не нюхай эту гадость.
Bestheimer's number 7, white pancake.
Theatrical grease paint, right?
Oui, monsieur. La crème de la crème of Thespian accoutrement.
Have you sold any of it recently?
Yes, 2 cans.
Do you recognize this man?
Ah oui, he was here this morning. That is the man to whom I sold the grease paint. I remember the scar on his face. He chose 2 costumes. Bozo the clown and Seamus the pixie.
A pixie?
Very smart. Green silk with a taffeta lining. He gave me his name as Monsieur Khan.
Собирается еще кого-то убить в костюме эльфа.
Do you want this red nose back?
Not after it's been worn, thank you.
What does this tool mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure, monsieur. Allow me to shake you by the hand.
Huh? Well, okay.
Электрошок.
What are you trying to do, kill me?
You did not find it amusing?
I never saw the funny side of electroshock therapy.
Eh bien, it is yours to keep. A gift?
Do I need a license?
No, but I give you a word of warning, monsieur.
What?
Remember to switch it off before you visit the toilet.
Очень полезный свет.
It was the shake and shock buzzer I'd been given by the man in the costume shop. It was the soggy tissue I'd found in the sewers. It was Nico's photograph of...
Может, к Николь вернуться?
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Инспектору еще, наверное, фото надо показать.
The guy at the novelty shop gave me this.
What is it?
A hand buzzer. You put it in your hand and give people electric shocks.
Why?
It's a gag. A practical joke.
If you ever use it on me, I'll break your arm.
Okay, okay. I get the picture. I have to go.
Okay.
Попробую ее разыграть.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Would you like to shake my hand?
No, I wouldn't. I can see the future, remember?
See you later.
That's right, monsieur, you will.
Может, она и на самом деле видит будущее.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
What do you want now?
Would you like to shake my hand, Sergeant?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur. The gesture could be misconstrued.
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
Пока
Not
нет.
really. Do you know a man named Khan? He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his right cheek.
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
Yes. I believe Khan was the name he used when he hired the clown costume. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy who bombed the cafe. The clown.
This man looks nothing like a clown.
He's taken off his grease paint and costume.
Then there is nothing to link this man with the killing.
Nothing? Look at those murderous eyes.
Hardly likely to get him convicted.
See you later, Sergeant.
Сержант просто непробиваемый.
Sidekick. Sergeant. Excuse me, sir.
What do you want?
Is Ross?
Yes?
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur. It's Stobart, monsieur. He insists on talking to you again.
Did he say what it was about?
No, monsieur.
Very well.
Hi, Inspector. Remember me?
But of course, Mr. Stobart. My mind is a well-ordered faculty. A mental classification system that's the envy of the Bibliothèque Nationale. No tricks, mark you, monsieur. Just exercise. Just as our muscles waste through inactivity, so our minds decay. But there is no need. If only people would learn to exercise their wits daily.
If he was trying to impress me, it worked. He was pompous and patronizing, but he had style.
Eh bien, if you called about the bombing, you're too late. Investigations have been closed.
But
I've been taken off the case.
what about the murderer, the dead guy?
It is out of my hands.
Did you find out the ID of the guy who was killed in the explosion?
I already knew who he was.
I heard that the bomb victim's name was Plantar.
Your sources are reliable.
He was a big shot at the Treasury, wasn't he? Maybe that's why you've been taken off the case.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot comment.
Дело, наверное, просто решили прикрыть.
Don't you want to know what I found out about the killer?
I told you, monsieur, the case is closed. I have washed my hands of the whole affair.
Then I'll have to continue my investigations without your help.
No. You must forget the business of the clown completely. Go back to being an ordinary tourist, Stobart.
So long, Inspector. See you later, Sergeant.
Может, позвонить кому-нибудь?
Hello? Who is this?
Mr. Todrick?
Oh, it's you again. What now?
The man I'm looking for is called Khan. He bought a suit from you, remember?
Mr. Khan. Yes, I remember him. Yes, I delivered the suit to his hotel. The Hotel Ubu. I don't remember the room number. It was upstairs. The second room on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Thanks, Todrick.
Вторая
That's all
комната
I wanted
справа.
to know. Now I've got
Не
you,
забудь бы.
Mr. Clown. The man looked like an amiable Bigfoot. The guy looked just like a weasel. Excuse me?
Yeah?
Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
Nope.
Shake my hand.
Nah.
Oh, rats. Do you recognize this tissue? Think carefully now.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'm gonna have to hurry you.
Ooh.
Time's up, so I'll tell you. It's a used tissue with a liberal dump of Bestheimer's number 12.
If you say so.
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
Is this a trick question?
No, I simply asked if you recognized him.
Okay then. No, I don't.
No. Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
No, I ain't. Don't tell me I missed him. Oh, that's too bad. I love the clowns, don't you?
I've seen daytime television that was funnier.
I love it when the little guys get hurt.
That figures.
Custard pies, hose pipe down the pants, then smack! A plank in the kisser.
Следят за теми, кто входит в это.
You ever meet a guy called Plantar?
No, I ain't.
You missed your chance. If you're quick, you'll catch him at the coroner's. Do you happen to know a guy named Khan?
That ain't nobody I know.
See you later.
Not if you see me first.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm looking for a clown.
Are you trying to be funny?
No, I really am looking for a clown.
There are no clowns here except you.
Have you heard of a guy called Plantar?
No. That name means nothing to me.
Do you know a man by the name of Khan?
No, I don't.
It's very important I get to see him, and...
I told you. I don't know him.
Я уже не помню, знают ли они Хана на самом деле или нет.
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
No, I never saw him.
Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
No.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. Take a good look at the substance it's smeared with.
You are sick. Very sick.
Will you shake my hand?
Are you joking? Who knows where it has been?
What does this tool suggest to you?
Hard labor.
Налево мужику Стобарт не захотел показывать инструмент. Что в переулке? Ничего. Только мусор тут.
Hi there, ma'am.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a man.
You disappoint me, my dear. For one foolish moment I thought... But never mind. Aren't you going to tell me your name?
George. George Stobart, ma'am.
How sweet! I once had a stable boy called George. I am Lady Piermont. The common reaction is to kneel and stutter, but it's not obligatory.
A real lady? I mean, you're an honest-to-God aristocrat?
Oh, I don't know about that. Few of my ancestors were honest, not even to God. I can trace my family back to the Normans, but don't let that intimidate you, George. Beneath that impressive pedigree, I'm just flesh and blood. The blood may be blue, but the flesh is the plump beef of old England, so to speak. You appear distracted, George. Is there any way I can help you?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
My God, it's him! That's Merlin!
She represented everything I loved about the English. The lady was totally deranged. Merlin? You mean King Arthur's wizard?
Good heavens, no! Monsieur Merlin is a fellow guest.
Значит, постоялец. Это я уже знал. Итак. Надо как-то попасть в его номер.
Do you know what this is?
At a guess, I'd say it was a clown's nose.
That's right. It was worn as a disguise by a vicious killer.
Ah, Mr. Merlin, perchance.
That's him. I just couldn't bring myself to use the buzzer on this dear lady. Does this tissue mean anything to you?
I'm no shrinking violet, but that object makes me feel quite queasy.
Are you here in Paris on vacation?
No, darling, I'm on holiday. I needed to get away after Algy's funeral.
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss of a loved one.
I'm not. He was my husband.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband's death.
You wouldn't be if you knew him, my dear. It gave me the opportunity to take a well-deserved holiday. Daphne suggested a change of scenery. Paris, she said. The wild romance is just what you need to take your mind off the inquest. Well, the closest I came to romance was being wooed by a drunken Breton chef. I must say I was disappointed with his coq au vin. Not at all what I was expecting. I was thinking of cutting my holiday short, packing my bags and heading back to Hemel Hempstead. That was until last night.
Может, она сама избавилась от мужа.
What happened to you last night?
I was stricken, Mr. Stobart. Cupid's arrow has cleft my bosom.
They couldn't really miss.
It was just as I'd always imagined it should be. The intimacy of candlelight, romantic music tinkling across the room, and then a stranger's glance. Those brooding eyes, that suave manner, those tight trousers. He was the man I'd been waiting for all my life.
I'm glad he finally turned up after all these years.
Ah, but it wasn't to be. He was merely toying with my affections. And if I ever catch up with him, he's dead.
Значит, она не про него говорила.
Who was the guy who led you on?
His name is Merlin.
Как раз про Мерлина.
Did you know there's a gangster out front?
What makes you think he's a gangster?
The Italian suit and the bulge in his pocket?
I know plenty of men with Italian suits and bulges in their pockets. That doesn't necessarily make them gangsters.
The man you know as Merlin is a fake.
What do you mean, sweetie?
He's a murderer. He also uses the name Khan.
I am shocked, Mr. Stobart. Shaken. I took him to be a gentleman, a man of honor. Do you know, I'd rather like to assist you in stitching him up.
When did you last see Merlin?
It was no more than an hour ago. He came downstairs and spoke to that clerk chappie. Something passed hands. I couldn't see what exactly.
A briefcase?
No, smaller than that. A bundle of papers, perhaps. The clerk put it in the hotel safe and Merlin went out.
Are you sure you saw Merlin putting documents in the safe?
Yes, darling, positive.
I wonder what they were.
Obviously something of great importance.
Yeah. I'd sure like to get my hands on whatever it is. I'll bet they had something to do with Plantow's briefcase. Has Merlin returned to the hotel?
No, he hasn't. Are you going to search his room?
If I could get in there, I would. Can you think of any use for this tool, ma'am?
Oh, I can think of someone I'd like to use it on.
Надеюсь, она про Мерлина.
I recognized the guy. It was the Nobel Prize winner from the country whose name I couldn't pronounce.
Его фото в газете было.
The woman was obviously English. She had all the qualities of Boadicea, Elizabeth I, and Margaret Thatcher. It wasn't a pretty sight. Excuse me, didn't I see your picture in the news? You're that Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state.
Yes, that is me, in person.
I don't want to worry you, but have you had any threats on your life? You know, mysterious phone calls, letters made up of headlines cut from the newspaper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know a guy called Plantow?
I don't know anybody in Paris.
Oh, well, this guy's dead anyhow.
Why do you ask me about dead men? I have seen enough of death to last me a lifetime.
I'm, sure you have. Have you seen a clown?
I beg your pardon?
The clown. A guy in funny pants. Have you seen him?
My pants are from England. Marks and Spencer. They are a pleasure and
Я тебя не об этом спросил.
to wear with much support.
I'm real glad to hear that. You know, it's good to know you Nobel Prize winners are human too.
In my country, the people make do with string and egg cartoons.
For pants?
For everything. Oppression is the mother of ingenuity.
Do you recognize this man? He calls himself Khan.
Yes, I know this man. Why do you carry his photograph?
I'm a private detective. What's your interest in Khan?
He is an enemy of my people.
You know he's a killer.
Of course, amongst other things.
Would you help me investigate Khan?
That is not possible. My instructions are to observe. I cannot jeopardize my position as an honored guest of this country's government.
В общем, он шпион.
What does this clown's nose suggest to you?
In my country, we have no use for clowns.
I'm glad to hear it.
They were dealt with most severely in the last cultural cleansing.
What about the mimes? Did you get them too?
All gone. Our streets are mime-free.
Sounds like heaven. Does this goo-smeared tissue mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
May I shake you by the hand?
I do not shake the hands of imperialist dogs.
Now that's a real bad attitude problem you've got there. Have you any idea?
I cannot guess.
Would it mean anything if I told you it was for lifting drain covers?
Such technology fills me with wonder.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Она хорошо играет. Позвонить нельзя.
The door was locked. If the tailor's description was correct, this was the killer's room. The sign on the door read 22. The door was locked. The sign on the door. The sign on the door.
Другие двери нельзя смотреть. Ключ.
Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag.
Excusez-moi, monsieur.
What?
You were trying to steal that key, no?
No way. It was the register of guests staying at the hotel. It was the register of guests. There was no one registered under the name of Khan, but the name in the book for room 22 was Merlin. The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it. I want some information.
Who are you, the police?
I'm conducting a private investigation.
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home, no?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
What name?
I cannot tell you that.
It's Merlin, isn't it? Alias Khan, the clown.
I told you, I cannot tell you that.
Все равно не отвечает.
Hey, shake my hand.
I'd rather not, monsieur. I'm still sore from the shock administered by one of the guests. He was secretly concealing an electrical device in the palm of his hand. Practical jokes are so puerile, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, sure. What do you make of this?
Do you wish me to dispose of it for you, monsieur?
Hey, no!
Я не расстанусь с этой
I'm
салфеткой.
holding on to this.
As you wish, monsieur. Perhaps you would like a little plastic baggie to keep it in?
Nah, it's fine the way it is. Do you recognize this red nose?
No, monsieur.
What do you make of this tool?
Stunning, monsieur. I bet you handle it like a professional.
I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is a highly respectable hotel, monsieur. There are no clowns here.
If you say so. Do you know a man named Plantar?
No, monsieur.
I'd like to retrieve something from your safe.
Ah, oui, monsieur. May I see some form of identification?
Like what?
A driving license, perhaps?
I don't drive.
Your passport?
I don't have it with me. I could show you my operation scar.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I must have some form of unique ID.
You won't find a more unique ID than my scar.
I'm sorry. I must insist on a more traditional identification.
Rats. Do you have a guest by the name of Khan?
No, monsieur. Perhaps you would care to check the register.
I already did.
Alors, you know I am telling the truth. May Saint Armand strike me down if I
Они
lie.
так свободно всем показывают книгу регистрации жильцов.
The man who calls himself Khan has a scar on his right cheek.
Vraiment? I tell you, I do not know a man named Khan.
Maybe not, but I'd noticed a change in his expression when I mentioned the scar. About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Which room is it for?
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
I'd like to check into room 21.
That is not possible.
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur. Dutch.
Нужно как-то спереть ключ.
Hello again. This is a photo of Khan, right?
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
Thanks for
good.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Отвлеки консьержа.
Did I show you this?
Yes.
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a key?
Are you asking me to aid you in a criminal act, darling?
Oh, no. It's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
Scouts honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
Oh, you should have been. What were your parents thinking of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape. Now tell me, why do you want to get into that room?
It's next to the room the killer is using.
Ah, so you plan to eavesdrop on Merlin?
I was hoping there might be a connecting door.
Well, how can I refuse? I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick. I say! You there? Flunky!
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
But of course, madame.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewellery for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Over to you,
Шикарная у него
my
походка.
dear.
Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key. The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did.
Для начала подушку смотрим.
The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits. It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died. I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, it was empty. The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed. The cabinet, the bed was several... The closet was a... The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Только открыть и закрыть можно? Странно.
It was Khan. I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom.
Жанры видно вообще.
As Khan opened the wardrobe, I was sure I was dead. But he grabbed his pants quickly and didn't even see me. I didn't usually spy on men getting changed. But this guy was a killer, and I didn't want any surprises. He left his checkered pants on the bed. A strip along the side seam of the pants had been unpicked, then sewn back up with strong thread and a special stitch.
Потрепанные штаны. Все в грязи. Порваны уже. Странно, что он не выкинул зиприки.
There was nothing in the pocket. The pocket was empty. I flipped the pants over. I found an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. But as I pulled it from the pocket, a strong thread came with it. A thread with a metal tag on the end. I found nothing in the pocket. I pulled on the metal tag and the thread came out of the pants. It was like pulling out a ripcord.
Что я тут вытащил?
The matchbook bore a pattern of swirling color and the words, Club Alamut. The pocket was empty. I turned the pants over again. I searched the pocket gingerly and found a pass card. It read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation. It was the card I'd found in the hotel bedroom. It read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Может, теперь смогу забрать документы у партии, а? Благодаря этому пропуску.
What now?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe. I can live with that. A murderer? Are you sure?
Positive.
Все равно не отдают документы.
Do you recognize this key?
That is the property of the Hotel Ubu.
Correct.
May I ask how it found its way from the little hook to your pocket?
Would you believe it was put there by a poltergeist?
No, monsieur. The hotel is regularly serviced by an exorcist. If we had a ghost, Father Phellon would have flushed it out.
I suppose you want the key back.
Not especially. The room is vacant. Since you are so determined to conduct your little investigation, I won't stop you.
А сдать номер меня он отказался до этого. Но при этом сейчас ключ мне оставил.
Hello again. Does the name on this matchbook mean anything to you?
Indeed it does, for Alamut was the home of the old man of the mountains. You do not know him?
No, I don't. Do you recognize this card?
No, I do not.
Do you
No. That is just...
Thanks for your...
Goodbye.
Bye, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I found this matchbook in Merlin's bedroom.
It came from the Club Alamut. It might be useful to find out if that club is in Paris, George.
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a million faces. This is the key to room...
That's next to the room...
Yes, and it's vacant.
Really?
Maybe it was, Did I show you...
Yeah.
I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers. But he wouldn't buy it. He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Follow me, George!
Еще раз меня выручит.
Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but...
What's the problem?
He isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
Я бы не отказался его сейчас развернуть.
It was the ancient manuscript which Khan had stolen from Plantow.
Кстати, надо бы сохраниться на всякий.
I couldn't leave the hotel with the man. It was probably what those thugs were looking for.
Попробую выйти через балкон. Хотя балкона здесь нет, просто выступ небольшой. Вроде манускрипт можно просто скинуть вниз, чтобы потом подобрать.
I knew this was no way to treat an ancient manuscript, but I couldn't let it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside.
Было бы забавно, если бы манускрипт улетел в канализацию. Кстати, я вроде в шкаф не заглядывал. Ну, наверное, пустой.
There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor.
Just a minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem, if you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authorities.
You want I should break his arms?
No. Let him go, Flap.
Хлюпинга вида.
If the manuscript was what Flap and Guido were after, they were going to be disappointed. I couldn't wait to get back to Nico's apartment and check it out. Hi, how are you?
Oh, hi. Come in, Josh.
I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room. It's from the Club Alamut.
Never heard of it. Is there anything written inside it?
No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue. A name or an address. That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Oh well, I'll keep it as a souvenir. I found this in the killer's room.
What is it, a credit card?
ID, Thomas Merlin, of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
What are you doing to help trace the killer clown?
Research, George.
Yeah? You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
I have a telephone and lots of contacts.
Oh, well, did you find anything useful?
Not yet. I'm employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that. Isn't it a substitute for decisive thinking? Do you have a boyfriend?
Not anymore. There was someone. A guy in my final year, but it didn't work out. Neither did my degree.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Tell me more about your family.
When I was a little girl, I used to spend the winter with my grandfather and grandma. They were the best times, warm and safe in their tiny cottage. My grandfather rolled cigarettes while grandma made hot chocolate and cakes. One day, he stopped his scrolling. He put the lid back on his tobacco jar and took me in his arms. I laughed and wriggled, but he hushed me to be silent. With his unshaven chin all scratchy in my ear, he told me his secret.
What did he say?
He said, I don't smoke, but she likes to think I do.
What a weird old man.
Don't call my grandfather weird. He was the nicest guy ever. I wish I was back in that cottage instead of this crummy apartment in this noisy city.
You're just not going to believe what I've found.
It's not another part of the clown's costume, is it?
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the Ubu.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantark?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers.
They were so rich. Even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned alive. But the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found.
Jeez. So the treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
If there ever was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping.
Да не думаю, что у тебя в квартире будет безопаснее, чем в кармане Джорджа.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Теперь его можно осмотреть.
There's a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover. It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod. A knight with a crystal ball. Now, there's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall," wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid. Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either.
Look there, 2 guys on the same horse. Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
I know a guy who specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobineau.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. Andre isn't the stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobineau guy?
At the Krone Museum. I'll give you the address.
Может, ты просто позвонишь ему?
Are you sure you've never heard of Thomas Merlin?
Positive.
I have to go.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobineau at the Krone Museum.
Расследование убийства переросло в поиск сокровищ.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, but I can tell you one thing. There's no such place as the Club à la Moute in Paris.
Клуб не в Париже?
Can you tell me anything about this security pass?
I can tell it doesn't belong to you.
How come?
Give me some credit. If you're an electrician, I'll eat my antirhythms.
You're a remarkably talented lady. See you later.
That's...
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Are you Lobineau?
Oh, no. Fancy you mistaking me for him. No. I am the deputy custodian.
But Lobineau does work here.
Work? I wouldn't go so far as to call it that. He studies here most days, but as you can see for yourself, not today.
Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar. though people often mistake me for one. It is the uniform, I guess. They see the clothes. They are impressed.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They ask me to park the... No. They assume I am an authority on the exhibits in my care.
Whereas you know next to nothing about history.
Of course not. All I am saying is, I am no scholar, not like Monsieur Lobineau.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
Do you recognize this ID pass?
No.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
Oh no, I don't frequent places like that.
Он ничего не знает.
What do you make of this tissue?
It is absolutely disgusting, monsieur.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. Is there any reason why I should?
I guess not. Do you recognize this red...
I don't think so.
Would you like to...
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur.
What does
That belongs in a museum.
Pardon?
It is a priceless historical artifact, if I am not mistaken.
No, it's a plain old tool for lifting drain covers. Thanks for your help.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill. And the fat falls on the open flames. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled. And it stinks like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
Смышленый охранник.
In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust. It was identical to the tripod pictured on the manuscript. A notice identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marne at the site of a Knights Templar preceptory.
Ireland? What's that?
This tripod was found in Ireland.
I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, I was excited. The case contained the tripod. As I reached toward the display case, a shrill piping filled the air. I froze, then tried to get myself together and act nonchalantly.
No, monsieur. No, no.
Okay.
Сигнализация мешает. Отлично. Окно открыл, пока он не видел.
This is ridiculous. I could be here for hours.
Так, может, и стоит так сделать, дождаться ночи? Внутри саркофага.
Watch out! You...
The totem pole looked distinctly out of place in the setting of the museum.
Попробую выронить столб на витрину. Не падает.
The attendant had an egg. Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Может, он что-нибудь о треноге знает?
Can you give me any further information about the tripod?
Certainly, monsieur. It's infamous. That tripod, that belonged to John Dee.
What's the importance of John Dee's tripod?
Dee was the most famous escapologist of the 16th century. The Houdini of his time.
Don't you mean alchemist? Escapologists use ropes, chains, and handcuffs, not tripods.
Well, whatever it was, that is the tripod he used in his experiments.
What kind of experiments did John Dee perform with his tripod?
Oh, the usual. Didn't you study chemistry at school?
Yeah, but we skipped over thaumatology. Can I take a closer look at the tripod?
What? Get it out of the case? Ah, no! That tripod is protected by a sophisticated surveillance system.
How sophisticated?
A painfully loud alarm bell.
How is the alarm bell triggered?
By the slightest pressure on or movement of any part of the case wherein that tripod is situated.
It strikes me that to call your alarm system sophisticated is, well, stretching the truth a little.
It has never failed yet. The sophistication is in its simplicity.
Thanks for your help.
Уже не помню, что здесь нужно сделать.
Watch out! Watch out!
Спина меня видит. Так, окно, кстати, не закрылось, да? Или нет? Вроде оно закрылось.
A metal rod attached to the wall was connected.
Он закрывает.
I could be a bride.
Может, надо открыть окно и выйти? Или мне надо что-то сделать, пока он будет закрывать окно?
Hey, no!
What's wrong? I'm so...
Например, именно в этот момент надо залезть в саркофаг. Нет. Может, просто к Николь надо вернуться? Отсюда окно не видно. Это что я открывал.
Hi.
Did you...
No. I found the tripod.
Where?
In the museum. It belonged to the Templars. It was dug up in Ireland at a place called Loch Marne.
I have heard of Loch Marne. I read an article about the castle. Take a look for yourself.
A popular gossip magazine. You read that rubbish?
No, I write it.
Professor Nigel Pegram, excavating the medieval castle at Loch Marne. That's strange.
What?
He resigned his chair at Durham University in order to devote his time to the excavation. Not only that, but he canceled the filming of a 4th series of his popular television program. This site at Loch Marne must be awful important to him.
He's a professor of history. They're all cuckoo.
All the same, I'd like to talk to this Professor Pegram. How do you feel about a trip to Ireland?
Disappointed.
Huh?
That I won't be going. I want to follow up the Bellotta case. If you really think Pegram's gem is important, why don't you visit Loch Marne?
On my own? I'm not so sure about that. Where is Ireland exactly? Have you found out any more about the murders?
Well, it may be nothing, but both the clan's victims visited Paris earlier this year.
When?
The 2nd week of July. They were both here at the same time.
Did they meet?
I don't know. but I can't imagine it was coincidence.
I have to go.
Okay.
Можно отправиться в аэропорт. Лохмарн.
I passed the castle on the way into Loch Marn. The castle where Peagram's excavation was located.
Это подросток, да, лицо у него какого-то алкаша.
Hi there.
What?
Здесь нормально
What's your
есть.
name, kid?
Who are you calling kid? Who the hell are you?
I'm George Stobart, and I'm with the good guys.
You're a head case, mister. A few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam McGuire.
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run. From me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
You can tell me, kid. Is it your dad?
Oh, sir. He drinks. Every last penny. Down his evil throat. And there's me poor old mother. Bedridden and dying of presumption. I tried to buy her medicine. Chopped firewood for Father Mahoney till me fingers bled. The old skinflint cheated me too. But I took the pennies he gave me back home. Look, Ma, says I, see what your darling son has earned with his own sweat and blood. When suddenly, me dad appears and grabs the loot. I'm off to Dublin, heavy drinking, says he. Watch out till I get back. That's why I runned away.
Something in the grin on his face told me he wasn't being strictly truthful. Compared to him, Huckleberry Finn was a candidate for Altar Boy of the Year.
Что за музыка больно громкая была в диалоге с пареньком.
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you want to know?
Well, can I get inside?
No, it's locked up.
Does anyone live there?
No. Only, what do you want to know? Oh, nothing.
You know something about the castle you're not telling me, don't you?
No.
What is it you're covering up? Is it something you're scared of?
I ain't scared of nothing.
I'll give you one last chance to tell me about the castle.
Oh, yeah? And what if I don't?
Then I'm taking you back to school.
Oh, there's a ghost. It's called the Phantom of Loch Marn.
Мог бы и сразу рассказать призрак.
You're not telling me you believe in ghosts, are you?
Mister, I seen it with me very own eyes. Last Tuesday night, I went up to see what that dig was about. I just reached the top of the wall when I hears this awful noise.
What sort of noise?
A horrible snuffling and snorting, like O'Brien's pig, only worst. It was coming from inside the castle.
Did you find out what was making the noise in the castle?
No fear. I just sat there on the wall like Humpty Dumpty. The moon was cracked and greasy like an old dinner plate. The yard was full of shadows. I could have been hiding anything. I would have gone home, but my legs had lost their stuffing.
Did you get to see the ghost?
Indeed I did. And a fearsome sight it is too. I sat on my arse, waited while the moon went down. Then out it comes from the shadows, all grey and tattered and hunched over like an old bent willow. Then I hears this spluttering and splashing and horrible laughter in the dark. I was so scared. Why, I fell off the bloody wall.
I'm sure there's a rational explanation for what you saw at the castle.
There is. The bloody place is haunted.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
Here in Loch Marn, they all dress like clowns.
The man I'm looking for is a dangerous psychotic.
Jesus. It's just like that film I saw. There's this clown, see, and he's after this kid who saw him kill a guy. He tries to warn the sheriff, only no one believes him. Then, while he's in the tub, the clown cuts him up with a chainsaw.
My God, that doesn't sound suitable for a kid like you.
Who are you
Мне
calling
тоже
a kid?
сержант не поверил насчет клоуна.
25.
Yeah, right. You're not a day over 14.
Oh no, it's 25 that I am. Married with a car and 3 kids. 10 kids if you count the wives.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
Can you tell me where I'd find Pegram?
No, I can't, 'cause he's not here now, but if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle?
Digging for buried treasure. Jewels and gold and skeletons, like in the films.
Ever heard of Thomas Merlin or the Gruber Electronics Corporation?
No.
Do you recognize this matchbook, McGuire?
No, sir. I never seen it before in my life.
See you later, kid.
Okay.
Может, музыку сделать потише? Там я и так тише. Речь. Речь прибавлю.
Hey, McGuire.
What?
Have you ever seen this man before?
What a slimy character. No, I never seen him.
Give me your hand.
Get lost.
Oh, come on. I just want to show you a little trick.
No way, mister. I don't do tricks. Father Mahoney told me I'd burn in hell if I did.
I just want to shake your hand, that's all.
No way.
Даже паренька не смог разыграть.
Have you ever seen anyone wearing one of these?
Sure. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That belongs to the killer clown you're looking for.
That's right.
Can I have it?
Sorry. I'm keeping this as evidence.
You should have told the cops.
I did. They weren't interested.
You should run tests on that, mister. You could identify the murderer with a sample of his snot.
Yuck. I don't think so. What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
What do you think?
Lifting drains.
Dead right. How did you know that?
Work experience course at school. That gives me a choice of going down the drains or up the chimney.
You're kidding.
Отлично у
See
них
you later,
уроки.
kid.
Okay, mister.
It was a trap door in the... I tugged at the trap door, but it was locked.
Может, все-таки ключом откроем? Этот люк точно надо будет открыть. Меню не дают изучить.
It was a featureless plastic box, firmly attached to the wall of the building. I tugged at the plastic cover, but it didn't move. The farmer's craggy face was set in a mask of aesthetic appreciation. His feet were set in a pair of manure-caked boots. Hi, do you speak English?
Well, no. What if I was to say no? An implication of cognizance shrouded in denial. A pretty poser of a paradox indeed.
I gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist of all time. It was a killer.
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're suffering?
I was a little out of practice. Have you seen Professor Pegram?
No, he's packed up and gone.
Do you happen to know where?
Back in England, I suppose.
What can you tell me about the castle?
Not much, I'm sorry to say. Most of its history is long forgotten. Ah, but if these old stones could only speak, what stories they'd tell. Stories to make your toes curl and your blood run cold. You know, this castle is said to be over 600 years old.
What do you make of this tissue?
That's a sorry sight to wave about in public.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
I can't read that little writing.
Джордж мог бы и прочитать имя с визитки. Точнее, с пропуска.
What do you make of this matchbook?
Seems ordinary enough to me.
Would you like to shake my hand?
What is this? I don't do that mail bond and stuff.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, but I wouldn't trust him. His eyes are too close together.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
You're a circus clown.
Does this tool mean anything?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's for lifting the covers off drains.
Never. How?
Well, the end of the tool fits into the hole in the cover.
They'd slip out. Angles are wrong. You'd never do it.
I have. I did it in Paris. I have to go now. Pushing with all my strength got me nowhere. They didn't budge. I really need to start working out.
Замок заперт.
The gate. The young red-haired guy was plainly nervous about something.
Какой-то он нервный.
My name's George.
Pleased to meet you, mister. My name's Fitzgerald.
What can you tell me about the castle?
There's nothing there. Just an old ruin.
How old?
I really couldn't tell you.
Have you ever explored the castle yourself?
I used to play there sometimes, when I was a kid. Then one of the little ones fell off the wall, broke his head and died. We didn't go there anymore.
You haven't been up there recently?
No.
Do you know Professor Pegram?
He's the archaeologist, isn't he?
That's right. Did you work at Professor Pegram's dig?
What gave you that idea?
Can I get you another drink?
Oh, no thank you. I shouldn't be drinking at all. I'm on tablets for my nerves. More than a pint and I'll pass out.
Он такой нервный на успокоительных.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No.
Check out this pass.
Thomas Merlin? No, never heard of him.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
Shake my hand.
It's a trick, isn't it?
Damn it, you're right. I can't seem to fool anyone. What is this?
Blood.
Why's that?
I used to bleed a lot when I was a kid. Every time there was a playground scrap, I'd end up with a bloody nose. I wouldn't have minded, but I wasn't even involved in the scraps.
What does this tissue?
Nothing.
What do you...
Something to do with horses?
Wrong. It's for opening manhole covers.
Oh, really? Well, you learn something every
Все
day.
извращенцы один инструмент хотел с овцами использовать этот. С другими животными уже. Повторно их расспросить нельзя, да?
See you later. He wasn't listening. Hello there. My name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure. I'm O'Brien. Can I help you?
Do you know Sean Fitzgerald?
Yes, I do. What do you want with him?
I want to talk to him about working at the dig.
I can't imagine anyone employing Sean Fitzgerald on a dig. He wouldn't know a post hole from his elbow.
Have you heard of the Phantom?
More than that. I've seen it. And let me tell you, it's a dreadful spectacle.
So it's not just a local legend. There really is a Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh no, I was talking about the Phantom of the Opera.
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar?
I most certainly have. A remarkable institution. Did you know? They were the originators of our system of credit. Their financial empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Caspian Sea. With bases in so many countries, they had to establish new methods of fiscal transfer.
So, the Knights Templar were nothing but a bunch of bankers.
I don't get it. Are you saying these Templar guys invented bank charges?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose they did.
What a dirty trick. Didn't anyone try to stop them?
Oh yes, they were arrested and many were burnt at the stake.
Good. They bloody well deserved it if they were anything like my bank manager.
What can you tell me about the castle, Mr. O'Brien?
It's a fine sight now, isn't it? Dates back to the 10th century, you know.
Most of the existing building was added much later, of course.
Are the ruins open to the public?
Oh no, it's much too dangerous. Anyway, there's nothing of interest remaining.
How can I get into the castle?
Well, those walls were built specifically to stop people getting in, Mr. Stobart. But I dare say you'll find a way, if you've the will.
Can you tell me about the tripod which was found at the castle?
Now, there's a bone of contention and controversy. It was dug up by an Englishman of the archaeological persuasion.
Who was this Englishman?
Professor Pegram, the same man who dug up the gem.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
You're too late to meet that fella.
Is he dead?
Not that, but he's gone from the village. A sore point with our esteemed host, I might add.
Значит, профессор уже уехал.
Why is Pegram's departure upset the landlord?
He's lost a paying guest, that's why. More than that, there's the question of an unsettled bill. Poor Michael's seen red over the business, and I don't blame him.
Do you know where Pegram has gone?
I'm sorry, but I don't. He upped anchor in the dark and shipped out before the dawn.
Why did he do that?
Who knows? A guilty conscience or a secret assignation. Whatever the reason, he'll not be missed in Lochmar. Maybe now the fuss about the gem has died down, we can get back to normal.
What can you tell me about the gem which Pegram found?
Now there's a gem which should never have been taken. A man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel? You're not a reporter, are you?
Не буду врать.
Oh no, thank the Lord for that.
Can you tell me more about the landlord?
Mick Leary? He's what you call a would-be sophisticate. The trouble is, his idea of sophistication extends as far as putting paper in the lavatory.
I never worked out why he did that. It's much too dark in there to read.
That's true. Have you ever run your hand over the back of the door? The graffiti is written in Braille.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Nope, I've never seen him before.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The design is Middle Eastern, I'd say.
What can you...
Gruber Electronics. I've never heard of it.
I'd like to show...
Oh, no, you don't.
Does this...
No, it doesn't. I guess that muck on it is grease paint.
Он понял, что настал светский грим. Хорош.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
I'd say it was for lifting manhole covers.
Он даже знает, зачем этот инструмент.
Goodbye for now. Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there, mister. What can I do for you?
Do you know Professor Pegram?
Do I know him? Do I know the good professor himself? No, I don't. I mean, I know who he is. I don't know him to talk to.
Do you know anything about Pegram's excavation?
Only that he didn't have the right tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not coal.
Is that a fact? What the hell for?
Here's the science of archaeology part. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beakers. Fast food cartons and flavoured condoms, more likely.
Did anyone from the village work at Pegram's dig?
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called me incontinent. What a nerve. Hadn't I dug more holes than the rest of them put together?
Do you remember seeing Sean Fitzgerald at the dig?
Let me see now. I think me brain box needs a spot of lubrication.
Нужно его угостить.
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, I don't know much about anything. You should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He just joined up writing. Would you be one of them history fellas yourself?
Oh no, I'm here on vacation.
What's that?
A vacation part. It's what the Americans call a holiday.
Oh, right. In Lochmarn? You come to Lochmarn for a holiday?
Sure, it's a very pretty place.
Where the hell are you from, mister?
California.
I know it. That's where the Bruins come from.
Yeah, amongst other things. Can I buy you a drink?
You most certainly can.
Give me a drink for my friend here.
Who? Doyle?
Has he conned you into buying for him? Shame on you, Patrick. Same again?
Just a point this time, Michael.
1 point of brown coming up.
Do you remember Sean Fitzgerald now?
I can picture the scene as if it was only last week. Come to think of it, it was only last week. Fitzgerald was there all right. Him and a bunch of students. He was speaking with the boss man.
И это все, что он мне рассказал.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
It's a handsome mug on that fella, to be sure. Is he a film star?
Do you recognize...
No.
Does this... May I shake...
No.
Well, how come?
Because I'll spill me beer if you do.
What does...
No! You're a clown! No, boss.
What?
It's for lifting manhole covers.
Bye for now. Hi there, old-timer.
What?
Nasty cold you've got there. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? I put the question to Father Mahoney. Father, says I,
Понесло, мужика.
why were we born to suffer snot?
What did he say?
He said, it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner. Pious prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary cold. 'Tis the hay fever.
Pollinosis?
Thank you. You're not a policeman, are you?
Excuse me?
Police? No. I'd know it if you were.
What's that you're making?
It's a necklace, me bucko.
Oh, sure. Made out of steel wire?
That's right. A necklace for my pretty one. When my little lover feels it round her slender neck, she'll be mine. All mine.
Can I buy you a beer?
Very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff Leary sells.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can do.
Can you tell me how to get into the castle?
Don't even think about it, me bucko. Lochmarn Castle is haunted.
That's what the kid outside told me, but I don't believe it.
Then you're a fool.
Ghosts don't bother me. I still want to visit that castle.
You can't. It's not open to the public.
There's
Но я
no
все
one
равно
around to
хочу туда
stop me,
попасть.
is there?
That's right. Nothing human, anyhow.
Have you ever seen the ghost?
To be sure. With me very own eyes.
Can you describe the ghost?
It was horrible. A wee stunted beast, long beak, straggly, flappy wings.
Are you sure it wasn't a wild animal? A rabbit or a skunk or something?
Skunk? In Lochmarn? That'll be the day. No, that was a ghost, to be sure.
I think I know what you saw on the castle wall.
I know what I saw.
I don't think so. It was the kid, McGuire.
What?
He was up on the wall last Tuesday night. He thought you were the Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh!
Do you know Pegram, the archaeologist?
That's the scrawny fellow who was poking around at the castle, isn't it? No, I don't know him.
Do you recognize the...
I can't tell without me glasses.
Take a...
I don't...
What?
Nothing. Go away and stop bothering me.
What?
Nothing.
You can...
Never use them. Those things are unhygienic.
Hey, would you like to shake my... no, on second thought, forget it. Can you...
No.
I'll see you later. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Так, как-то странно Джордж стал. Вот так-то лучше.
Doyle told me you definitely worked at the dig. He's seen you there. You might as well admit it.
I knew this would happen. I knew I'd get caught.
I need to talk to Professor Pegram, if he's still alive.
What do you mean? Is he in danger?
Yeah, you too, if I'm right.
You're not from the Social Security.
Hell no. What makes you think that?
Well, I was claiming benefit at the same time I was working for Pegram.
I'm not in a position to make judgments, Sean. That's between you and your conscience. All I want is to talk to Pegram about the gem.
But he's not here!
I know that. But he left that package with you, didn't he? So where did Pegram go?
I don't know. I swear it. He came to see me early this morning. Said he was leaving. He asked me to give this package to a guy called Marquet.
Значит, профессор буквально сегодня уехал.
Show me what's in the package, Sean.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I promised the professor.
So what? You didn't have any qualms about your benefit scam. So where's the harm in taking a peek inside Pegram's package?
You don't know these people. I can't. I don't dare.
This is your last chance to show me the package, Fitzgerald. I've been patient with you, but now it's time to kick ass.
But he'll kill me.
Who will?
The man from Paris. Jack Marquet. Pegram told me if I gave him the package unopened, I'd hear no more about it. But if I double-crossed Marquet, I'd be dead.
I'll deal with Jacques Marquet. Give the package to me.
No. Why should I trust you? I don't know who to trust anymore. I wish I'd never even heard of the Lochmarn gem. Hey! I just seen a big red...
Get out of here, Maguire. Come back when you're old enough.
What's the lad howling about?
A big red sports car. Sean Fitzgerald's been runned over.
Get out! Noisy little tyke.
Maybe you should send out some medicinal brandy, Michael.
Oh, yes. And who's going to
Не
pay
стали
for it?
слушать беднягу.
Me?
Me too, neither.
I was telling the truth about Fitzy, mister.
Okay, calm down. Now tell me what happened.
I was standing here, minding me own business, when I saw this beautiful red sports car coming up over the hill. Would you look at that, says I, and I going over to take a closer look. Next thing, Fitzy comes tearing out of the pub and nearly knocks me on my ass, but the car just flies at him. It was too fast for poor old Fitzy, and into an awful wallop he goes flying up on top. Jesus, says I thought he was a goner. Next thing, the driver hops out, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was dressed
Камень
like
упал
a
в
bloody
канализацию.
pixie.
Hey,
What?
did this pixie have a scar on his cheek?
I couldn't see. He was wearing a stupid mask. Are you a special agent?
Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but I'm not. Did Fitzgerald drop anything when he was hit?
I didn't see. It all happened so fast.
Maybe the package fell somewhere out of sight. See you later, kid.
Okay.
I pushed the switch down, but in doing so it snapped off in my hand.
Я опять что-то
The
сломал.
plastic cover had been smashed and broken away. The plastic...
У него нужно проволоку украсть. Это я точно помню. В какой-то момент он должен ее выложить на стол. Пока чихает, надо ее забрать. Давай, клади.
As soon as the old guy looked away, I grabbed his piece of wire. It was a beer-stained piece of toweling. It was a beer-stained piece of toweling. Hey,
Not...
What do you think of this towel?
Now, there's a fine piece of...
Bye for now. Top of the morning to you.
I beg your pardon.
Well, that's what you Irish say,
Осталось только бар.
Do you want something? Or are you just flaunting your xenophobia?
Well, I was trying to be sociable.
Is it a room you're after?
That's not a bad idea. Do you have a vacancy?
I could, if you don't mind waiting until the last guest checks out.
No problem. When will that be?
When the undertaker comes to collect him.
Have you served any, clowns recently?
No. You're the first today.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Indeed I do. Are you a friend of his, by any chance?
Oh, no. I'm just trying to track him down.
Me too. That son of a bitch should be locked away.
Did Pegram stay here?
Yes, he did. 6 nights plus breakfast.
I'll try a glass of beer, please.
Is this your first pint of real ale?
Well, I guess so. What's real ale, anyhow?
Beer that's brewed from natural ingredients to traditional methods. It shouldn't be kept under pressure or refrigerated. And finally, it should have a good body and distinctive character.
In other words, it's flat and worn with bits in, and it makes you fall over.
I'm sorry, but the pump appears to be broken.
I could fix it for you.
I don't think so. This is a job for a professional electrician. Oh well, at least the glass washer is still working.
У меня есть удостоверение электрика.
It just so happens I'm an electrician. Check out my credentials.
Well, now, isn't that marvelous? Here's a house bedeviled with faulty wiring of a wayward nature. Here's you, an electric man, with a little plastic card to prove it. I still want to see what you can do before I let you touch me beer pumps. You can make a start on the glass washer. And when you finish that, will you take a look at the pumps?
Встал в проход, чтобы я не спустился вниз.
It was an electric I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine. It was an electrical... I used all my knowledge of electrical engineering to examine the plug. I replaced the fuse with a piece of wire.
Не стоит так делать.
I knew it was dangerous, but I was desperate enough to disregard everything I knew about standard safety precautions. Excuse me, Mr. Leary. I fixed your glass washer, no problem.
Bingo! And a blessing to all the saints. A free half-pint to that man, on the house. Now, could you take a look at the beer pumps?
Well, I guess so, but I'm not making any promises.
If you can't fix them, I'll have a riot on me hands.
The pumps are in the cellar, right?
That's right. You'll find a flashlight down there somewhere.
Крыса?
I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen. I lifted the trap door, and an overpowering smell of stale beer rose from the cellar below. I looked down on a stone-tiled floor, way too far to jump.
Excuse me.
There was a nasty feeling in my guts I usually associated with light opera. It was Khan. What's the problem?
Did you see what happened here a few minutes ago?
What was that?
A man was involved in an unfortunate accident.
I didn't see anything.
What about the boy?
He doesn't know anything either. The kid, well, you know how it is in these rural communities. Not enough genes to go round. I prayed McGuire had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Was the guy hurt bad?
He's been taken care of, but he thinks he dropped a small parcel. You didn't happen to find it, did you?
If I had, I would have taken it to the police.
Of course. Thank you.
Классная у него озвучка.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Do you reckon...
No, I don't. What do you want with him?
I've got a score to settle.
I don't want any trouble in the bar, mister. If it's a fight you're looking for, see Father Mahoney.
A priest? A man of the cloth?
Sure. And he teaches the boys how to box at the youth club. According to Mahoney, it develops character. Isn't that right, Pat? Didn't he teach you the art of pugilism? Doyle.
Sorry, Michael. I was miles away. What did you say?
Never mind.
May I borrow this?
Sure you can, on one condition.
What's that?
You keep it away from old Ron.
Who's Ron?
That's him in the corner, with the hygiene problem.
Do you reckon?
No, sir.
Hey, Bart.
Landlord, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Shake my hand, why don't you?
Now, why should I do that? What have you got up your sleeve?
Nothing. Come on, just shake my hand.
Not just now, mister. I have to be careful on account of the health restrictions.
Aw, jeez. Check out... Does this false nose...
No, it doesn't.
Here's some...
It doesn't.
Does this...
That's disgusting.
Uh-huh. I found it in the sewers.
What's the idea of waving it around in my face? You're worse than old Ron. Put it away, man.
Look, I gotta be... Now I could see. I spotted Mr. Lear. Then I noticed a flash of light. Something sparkling beneath the open trapdoor. It was Peagram's gem, all right. A large, uncut blue stone. I guess I was already under its spell.
Did you find it?
What?
Whatever you was looking for.
Yeah. Listen, McGuire. I want you to keep this to yourself.
No problemo. Just chuck us up a crate of lager.
Не дорос еще до пива.
We can sell it and make some cash.
Forget it, kid. I couldn't betray Mr. Leary's trust.
I could, for sure. That old misery guts deserves it.
If you want to do me a favor, keep a lookout for that guy in the suit.
Okay. But it'll cost you a packet of chips.
Oh, and shout if you see that Ferrari.
Так. Теперь у меня фонарик есть, да?
It was the barman's flashlight. It was a large blue gemstone. The faucet creaked, coughed, and spewed out a stream of rusty-colored water.
Я точно помню, что полотенце можно намочить. Но вот не помню, нафига это делать.
I held the towel under the faucet and soaked it with water.
И полотенце, если что, постепенно сохнет. Вроде бы его тут можно выжать. Да. Не знаю, даст ли это мне что-то. Нет, нельзя.
It was a rectangle of toweling, printed with the towel was soaked. Hi, it's me again.
So I see. What now?
Did you happen to see a red sports car down on the road?
I caught a glimpse of a flash of red on the hill and heard the racket.
Sure, it was an awful noise. A sports car, you say?
A Ferrari, to be exact.
A racing car? And what was it doing here? The poor fella must have been lost.
The driver of the Ferrari was involved in an accident.
Is that so?
Yeah. He knocked somebody down outside the bar.
What an idiot! How could a thing like that happen?
He was traveling too fast.
So fast, he ran right under the car?
I mean, the car was traveling too fast.
But you'd have thought the idiot could have heard it coming.
Maybe you know the guy who was hit by the Ferrari. His name is Sean Fitzgerald.
Oh, I know him all right. That's me nephew, the idiot responsible for the stacking of my hay cart. Was he killed by the car?
Oh, no, but he has been abducted.
Well, that's a relief now.
Это его утешил?
Aren't you going to look for your nephew?
What for? From what you say, it's too late.
Well, you could report the matter to the police.
Better not. Besides, what could they do?
Well, they could mount a search.
They have only the one bicycle between them. In a question of superior acceleration, I put me money on the Ferrari.
I think you ought to know exactly what Sean has gotten himself into.
I'm not sure I want to know.
But you're his uncle, his own flesh and blood.
You're right, but what can I do? If I'm not here to guard it, some idiot might try to climb the haystack. What a moral dilemma. Stay here and guard this potentially lethal agricultural construction, or to go off in search of the prodigal nephew, the very man responsible for said hazard? It'll need some thinking about.
Why,
Иди за
no
племянником.
problem.
You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll demolish the haystack.
You don't have to demolish the haystack to go look for Sean. I'll stay here in your place and warn anyone who's silly enough to climb it.
Marvelous! I think I should start me inquiries in the bar.
Решил просто выпить.
He strode off in the direction of McDevitt's bar, leaving me to contemplate the stack of hay. The stack of hay stopped, short of the top of the wall. Even if I stretched as far as I could, the wall was out of reach. What I needed was a slice or two of Alice's Wonderland. I pushed my fingers into the narrow crack. It went back several inches into the rock.
Мне нужна какая-нибудь палка. Инструмент, наверное, подойдет.
I inserted the end of the lifting key in the mortarless crack and gave it a firm shove. It remained lodged in the wall, jutting out to form a step.
А вот и козел.
It was a rusted piece of iron, maybe part of a plow or something. The rope by which
Неужели он
the
сразу
boat was
попался?
tethered had become tangled on the old plowshare.
Да, в первый раз, когда я проходил, у меня тут проблемы были с этим козлом.
As I dipped my fingers into the soft white powder, I realized what it was. Plaster of Paris. I'd used it in kindergarten to make casts of animal paw prints. The statue was too heavy to lift. It overbalanced into the sand.
На земле теперь отпечаток остался.
As I swung the stone upright, I noticed it had left a pattern of holes in the sand.
Где гипс?
I sprinkled the plaster on the sand.
Полотенце, наверное, уже высохло. Или нет?
The trickle of water was quickly absorbed by the plaster. I eased the solid piece of plaster from the sand. Underneath, it had formed a perfect copy of the statue. I placed my finger. The hardened plaster cast fitted snugly into the 5 matching sockets. There was a soft thud, then silence.
Тем же вечером в Париже.
I had messages waiting to be played.
You have 3 messages.
Hey, Collard, it's me, your favorite editor. Guess what? I'm gonna give you a second chance. I need somebody to write the TV column. Pays lousy, so what's new? If you're interested, drop by the office. In fact, drop by the office anyway. We have to talk, Nico. That story of yours I spiked. It won't go away. You've made some dangerous enemies out there.
Hey, Nico, it's your old pal. I mean, your new pal, George. Whoa, Ireland. It's a whole different country. And I got some amazing news for you. Gem of a story, in fact. Oh, gotta go. Yeah, fella here's got a drink lined up for me. See you tomorrow, Nico. Slonsha. Yep, only here for a day and I'm speaking the lingo like a local.
Mademoiselle Coulard, this is Imelda Carchon. I wanted to thank you for being so understanding when... Come to lunch, why don't you? Tomorrow. I might have more news. There's a Monsieur Merlon coming to see me this evening. He says he knows why Pierre was murdered. In fact, he'll be here shortly. I shall let you know what he says. Goodbye, dear girl. Till tomorrow.
Merlin? Oh my God. Merlin's the killer. I better get over there and warn her now. When it came to being two-faced, Imelda was up there with the best. I owed her nothing, but I couldn't just let her die. I arrived to find the Palais Royal courtyard deserted. I only hoped that I'd beaten the... I had to warn Imelda before it was too late.
И что я там делаю?
I unhooked the first wire.
Допустим, и второе отсоединю.
I released the second wire. Even with both wires removed, the statue remained upright.
Мне, наверное, по ней надо залезть.
If I could deconstruct this, I could deconstruct anything. Locked? No. The intercom system was a bad sign.
Домофон не работает.
The plastic sheet was thick and strong. I'd need more than my hands to tear it.
Гильза, наверное, поможет.
My God, I'm too late. Imelda. Oh no.
Nico?
Don't worry, you're going to be all right.
You know that isn't true.
It was Merlin, wasn't it?
dressed as a cavalier. How absurd. You came to warn me, didn't you?
I must be crazy.
Let me see you, Nico.
All this time you were just using me. Which one is the real Imelda?
You are an extraordinary girl. Thierry would have been so proud of you.
You didn't know my father.
So like him. Something about the eyes. I wish we'd had time to get to know each other.
She was gone. She cheated me, lied to me, used me. But why?
У нее должны были быть причины.
Even in death, Imelda looked the same. Beautiful, inscrutable. The Ice Queen alone in her ice palace. I opened it. Inside was a tiny gold key. I took the key. I had to leave. I knew I could never return.
Ключ, может, подойдет к шкатулке со слоном в квартире Ника.
In the dim light, a small, sinister-looking metal disc had been tucked under my father's box. It was a bug. Oh, chère cousine, you left me a little present. You shouldn't have.
И что она будет делать с жучком?
You don't scare me. Espèce de...
Просто в мусорку, что ли, его выкинул? Или все-таки в окно?
The box was carved by my father. The elephant... I took out the key. I couldn't believe it. Imelda's key opened my father's box. I dreaded what I was going to find inside. It was a photograph of
Последняя часть
Imelda.
фото.
But why here? In my father's box? I felt as if a black hole had swallowed me up. Imelda and Carchon grinning. While behind them a village was being razed to the ground. Its people butchered. And there, next to them, staring out at me across the years, my own father. There was a letter. I feared there was even worse to come. Hotel St. Georges, Algiers, Friday. My darling Thierry, by the time you read this, you'll be safely out of Africa. You need not fear. Pierre and the organization do not know who you're really working for, or about us. Did you think I would betray you? I could not. You wanted me to leave him, but I don't have your courage. I know too much of what has been going on here. They would find me and they would kill us both. Enjoy your life in Paris, Thierry. Your life of honor, of patriotic duty. Do they give medals to spies? No, they'll just give you a funny job in an embassy somewhere. I could never share that with you. Imagine me, a diplomat's wife. So I must stay here with Pierre, the two of us bound together by what we have done to this country. Au revoir, my love. You will be in my heart until I die. Imelda. Suddenly everything made sense. My father had been working undercover for the government. He was one of the good guys after all. He and Imelda must have fallen in love. She'd found out who he really was, so he had to leave. It had broken her heart, but she had never revealed it to anyone. I knew I couldn't either. Whatever he was doing, he'd had good reason to keep it secret. I decided I would respect that and tell nobody.
Николь вообще когда-нибудь спит? Всю ночь так
I
просидел.
knew it was George. For a moment I was tempted to pretend that I was out, or ask him to go away and come back later. But then... Come in.
Hello, George.
So, where did you stay last night?
At McDevitt's. I got to drinking with Doyle and a couple of the guys.
That explains why you look so ill today. Did you get any sleep at all?
Not much. I had to share the room with another guy.
Did he snore?
Hardly. He was dead. Then Leary woke me in the middle of the night to help bail out the cellar.
The cellar was flooded?
Yeah, some idiot had left the faucet running.
And you say Pete
Это я забыл закрыть кран.
Without a trace. But my visit wasn't a complete waste of time.
Pete Graham's gem?
The Templar's gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet is, he's in for a disappointment.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man. Look, Nico, a handful of plaster.
У меня еще остался гипс.
Yeah. Why is it that men never really grow up?
What's your problem, sister?
Your pockets stuffed with useless junk like little boys.
You never know when useless junk might come in handy. Do you want to look after the gem?
No, George. I'd be too tempted to sell it.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Предмет этот не могу использовать.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
Это, наверное, как раз
Between
камень, который я
them
нашел.
is a gem supported by a tripod. A knight with the knights through my teachings, you will be there. But there's.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man. I can't sit here all day, much as I'd like to.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lopinot at the Kron Museum. And why don't you see if Rosso has heard anything?
Okay. Anything else I can do for you while I'm out? Shopping, a trip to the laundromat?
Just take care of yourself.
Ладно, думаю, на этом моменте на сегодня закончу. Завтра схожу к инспектору. И Лабина попробую найти, или как его там зовут.
About everything that had happened, but I knew I never could. My father's connection to Africa would have to remain a secret forever. His bravery would be known only to the government and to me. Revealing it would just damage his memory. People would take the story and twist it. Before long, he would be the villain and Carchon would be the hero. I know how they do that. I'm a journalist.
Ладно, тут я сохранюсь. Всем спасибо за компанию. Да, пройдем эту часть завтра. Тут, скорее всего, еще не очень много осталось. Я точно не помню сколько, но... Я, наверное, половину-то прошел. Да, 49% как раз. Ладно, всем спасибо за компанию. Удачи, хорошего настроения.